Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Vicky. The wind here does not howl, it screams. It is a distinction you learn quickly in the Corzadern Ridge. A howl implies a beast, something living and breathing that might eventually tire or die. But a scream, thin, high, and endless, is the sound of the mountain itself rejecting you. It is the sound of ice flaying stone, of warmth being siphoned from your marrow until you are nothing but a hollow husk waiting to shatter. "Garnel, sir," a dark elf guard asks the dark elf sergeant. "We're running out of time. There's a white storm coming in fast from the northeast." "Then these useless scum need to get a move on," Garnel replies as he cracks his whip. I adjust the iron collar around my neck, the metal so cold it burns the skin, and lean into the gale. The chain connecting me to the girl ahead pulls taut, snapping my head forward. I don't cry out. Crying wastes moisture, and in the spire of whispers, thirst is a slower, crueler death than the cold. "Move, you useless wretches!" Garnel bellows, and the dark elf guards push us forward through the deep snow. We trudge up the final stretch of the black stone causeway. Ahead, the castle looms like a needle piercing the grey belly of the sky. It is not a castle in the stories my mother used to tell. No banners, no golden light spilling from welcoming windows. It is a fortress of jagged rock that seems to weep, its walls slick with freezing moisture that never quite turns to ice. It looks like a wound in the world. My feet are wrapped in rags I scavenged from a corpse in the wagon, stiff with dried blood that isn't mine. Every step sends a shock of pain up my shins, but I force the leg down. One step, I tell the screaming wind. One breath, just one more. I stumble as the girl ahead of me falls, her bare feet slipping on the rime-slicked stone. She is new, like me. Stolen from a trade caravan near the border 3 days ago. She still has soft hands. She still cries. Garniel is on her in an instant. He doesn't use the whip this time. He uses his boot. A sharp kick to the ribs that elicits a wet crunch. He doesn't shout in anger. He just rolls his eyes, exhaling a cloud of white breath toward the grey sky. "Darn humans," he mutters, always breaking before the work even starts. Then louder, "Get up. The master does not tolerate lag. If you freeze here, I will leave you here." The girl sobs, trying to push herself up, but her limbs are blue with cold. I look away. It is the first rule, whispered to me by the skeletal woman who chained me up in the holding pens. Look away. If you look, you care. If you care, you break. I focus on the black rock beneath my feet. I dissociate from the sound of her weeping, turning my heart into something as cold and hard as the mountain. I cannot help her. I can only survive her. We reach the massive iron gates. They swing open silently, moved by magic I cannot see and do not want to understand. We cross the threshold, and the transition is violent. The screaming wind vanishes instantly, replaced by a crushing, unnatural silence. The courtyard is still, the air stagnant and dead. It isn't warmer here, but the quiet feels heavier than the storm. It feels like the silence of a tomb, before the lid is sealed. "Kitchen line, to the left!" Garnell barks, his voice echoing too loudly against the wet stone walls. "Scrubbers to the right. Don't mix, or I'll have you gelded and fed to the hounds." The line splits. I am shoved to the left. The girl who fell is dragged to the right by 2 guards in dark armour. She is screaming now, begging, but her voice is thin and meaningless here. The scrubber line is shorter. The slaves there look wrong. Hollowed out. I don't know what happens in the place, but I know I never want to find out. We are marched down a ramp into the bowels of the castle. The air grows heavy with the smell of sulphur, unwashed bodies, and something metallic, like old blood and ozone. The heat hits me next. A wall of humid, greasy warmth radiating from the massive hearths of the kitchens. It should be a relief after the ridge. Instead, it makes me nauseous. The kitchen is a cavernous nightmare of noise and steam. Dozens of slaves, gaunt and grey-skinned, scurry like rats between boiling vats and sizzling spits. There is no talking, only the clatter of pans and the hiss of fire. Garnell stops us in the room. He walks down the line, inspecting us like livestock. He stops in front of me. He smells of roasted meat and stale wine, a scent of gluttony that makes my empty stomach cramp. "You," he says, grabbing my chin with greasy fingers. He tilts my head side to side, inspecting my teeth, my eyes. Too skinny for the spit, too plain for the Lord's bed. He releases me with a shove. "Scrubbing. The scullery needs new meat. The last girl dissolved her hands in the lye." He laughs, a short barking sound. "Welcome to the castle, girl. Work hard, and you might live long enough to wish you hadn't." He moves on. I don't watch him go. I look at the stone floor, slick with grease and grey water. I am Vicky. I was a healer's daughter. I used to grind herbs and hum songs about the sun. Now I am a scrubber, but the work doesn't start yet. "This way to your penthouses," a dark elf guard mocks. He leads the way. We walk behind, exhausted and thankful that soon we will be able to lie somewhere and close our eyes to this horror. It opens a large iron door that moans like a dying man. The smell hits me first. Rotting straw, unwashed bodies, and the copper tang of sickness. I am in a cold stone room, barely large enough for 10 people, but crammed with 20. Men and women are packed together on the floor like sardines in a tin. The air is thick and suffocatingly warm, moist with the breath of too many people slowly dying. I scan the room, looking for a corner, a space, anything. My eyes land on a mattress in the far corner. It is filthy, stained with fluids I don't want to identify. A man is dragging a body off of it. A woman, her eyes open and glassy, staring at the ceiling. She must have died minutes ago. The mattress is still indented with her shape, still warm. "Fresh meat," a voice rasps from the shadows. I turn. A woman with grey hair and no teeth is watching me. Her eyes are cold, calculating. She isn't looking at my face. She is looking at my rags, assessing if they are better than hers. Calculating how long until I die, so she can take them. But the men are worse. 3 of them, huddled near the door, stop their whispering to look at me. Their gazes are heavy, sliding over my shivering frame with a terrifying casualness. They undress me with their eyes. "This one's had it," one of the men tell the guard, kicking the dead woman on the floor. "Fresh enough for the pot," the dark elf guard says. He motions a couple of his men who lift the dead woman up and carry her out. "Don't fret, you'll see her again at supper." He laughs and closes the moaning door behind him. I back away until my spine hits the cold stone wall. There is no privacy here, no safety. The door is locked, and the guards are gone. I slide down the wall, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself small. The heat of the room presses against me, cloying and gross. I was wrong. The cold outside was better. The wind was honest. The scream of the mountain was clean. This silence, filled with heavy breathing and shifting bodies and cruel eyes, is worse. This is where hope goes to die. I shut my eyes and listen to the sound of the dead woman being dragged across the stone floor. One breath, I tell myself, though the air tastes like poison. Just survive one breath.
Chapter 2. Tuscan. The air in the glass cage is heavy, a physical weight that presses against my exposed ribs. It is thick with the lingering, cloying scent of the sweet mist, a vapor they pipe in through the floor vents before the Lord brings his guests to gawk. It smells like rotten flowers and copper, a perfume designed to mask the scent of apex predators. It doesn't put me to sleep anymore. My body has learned to metabolize the poison, burning it away in slow, unseen fires. But it slows my thoughts. It makes my mind feel like a heavy stone sinking into the depths of a frozen lake, dragging me down into a lethargy that mimics peace. I stand motionless in the cage. Stillness is the expectation. Stillness is the performance. I allow the chill of the polished glass walls to seep into the marrow of my bones. The cold is the only honest thing in this room. It bites, demands attention. It reminds me that I am alive, even if I am not truly living. This existence is a collection of physical restrictions and psychological discomforts, layered one over the other until I cannot tell where the cage ends and I begin. I focus on the internal friction, the constant low-grade agony of my adornments. I examine the gold wires woven through my ribs. They shine under the magical lights like parasitic vines, beautiful and suffocating. They were surgical implants, drilled into my bone while I was drugged, designed to hold the heavy, useless silks draped across my shoulders in place. The silks are purple and black, the colors of the Lord's house, a mockery of clothing for a creature that needs none. Every breath pulls the wires taut. Every shift of my weight grinds the metal against the periosteum of my ribs. The discomfort is constant, a low, grinding sound in my periphery that I have learned to ignore, just as I ignore the condensation dripping down the glass. I lift my hand slowly, studying the tips of my fingers. The guards filed my natural claws down years ago, capping them with blunt, useless gold caps. They are smooth, rounded, safe. An insult to the bone underneath. Even capped, they look like weapons. They feel like potential. I look at my own reflection in the glass. A massive, skeletal figure stares back, eyes hollow sockets that hold no light. I have no word for Wera. I see only a thing. A construct. I believe I was created in this room, a work of art assembled from bone and shadow for the amusement of the tall ones. I have no memory of wind that isn't piped in, of a wild that isn't painted on a wall. I'm not confused. I'm not suffering in the way a human suffers with tears and pleas. I'm bored. My mind, despite the haze, is a cold, sharp instrument with nothing to cut. I know the castle's schedule better than the Lord who owns it. I know the rhythm of the guard changes by the vibration in the floorboards. I know the direction the food carts travel by the faint scent of roasted meat drifting through the vents. The daily loop of quiet is broken only by the entry of the tall ones. I wait. I conserve energy. I wait for the only activity that alleviates the crushing monotony of my existence. The game. The massive metal door at the far end of the menagerie groans. The sound is heavy, the grinding of iron on stone, violating the quiet sanctity of my prison. It's feeding time. 2 figures enter. The first is Saulo, a dark elf captain. He moves with that infuriating, silent grace common to his kind, his boots making virtually no sound on the stone. His face is set in an expression of arrogant amusement, his violet eyes scanning the room as if he owns the very air within it. He treats me like a dangerous art piece, valued, yes, but ultimately controlled. An object to be dusted and fed. The second figure is Jory. I know all their names. A voice carries them through the air, like an echo. Jory is a worm, a human slave, smelling of stale fear, wet grime and the bitter tang of unwashed skin. He is a petty creature, cruel to those beneath him in the slave hierarchy. I've seen him kick the smaller slaves when the guards aren't looking. He preys on weakness because he possesses none of his own strength. But here, in the presence of power he cannot control, he is nothing but a sniveling coward. He carries the heavy metal bucket of meat with both hands, straining under the weight. The meat inside is raw, bloody, and laced with the same sedatives that cloud the air. It smells of iron and chemicals. Saulo stops a safe distance away, leaning against a pillar with casual disdain. He shoves Jory forward. "Go on, worm!" Saulo's voice rings out, mocking and melodic, echoing off the vaulted ceiling. "Feed the Lord's pet. It's your turn if he likes you. Get your room. Special treatment for a feeder. Don't wet yourself, mind. The floor was just scrubbed." Jory curses beneath his breath, a small, pathetic defense aimed at the glass that separates us. His eyes dart everywhere but at me. I'm going to enjoy this. I watch his hand approach the feeding slot. His fear is a heavy, raw taste in the air, a scent that promises energy. He thinks I am inert. He thinks I am merely a statue waiting for sustenance, a mindless beast that eats and sleeps. I let him think it. I remain perfectly still. The statue. I allow my heart light to remain a dull, drug-induced blue, the color of old bruises. It pulses slowly, rhythmically, confirming their assumption of my deep sleep. I do not twitch. I do not blink. I barely breathe. Jory steps closer. He is sweating now, beads of moisture gathering on his forehead despite the chill of the room. He lifts the bucket. He reaches for the lever of the feeding slot. I wait. I wait until his hand is on the metal. I wait until his body leans forward, off balance. I wait for the exact, fractional moment his shoulders drop, the moment he relaxes, believing he has won the terror of the moment. Then I strike. I launch myself forward. It is not an attack designed to kill. The glass prevents that. It is an explosion of pure kinetic force. My bone frame snaps against the reinforced glass, the impact thundering through the room like a cannon shot. The vibration rattles the gold wires on my chest, sending a shock of pain through my ribs that only sharpens my focus. I snap my jaws inches from Jory's face, separated only by the transparent barrier. I'm not trying to eat him. I'm claiming the victory of his sudden, violent terror. I shine my heart light intentionally. A burst of blinding, angry red that lasts only a second, illuminating the horror in his widening eyes. Jory shrieks. He makes a high-pitched, wet noise of absolute, immediate betrayal. He falls backward, his feet scrambling for purchase on the slick stone. He drops the heavy bucket. Another potential feeder trashes their breeches. Saulo bursts out laughing. He throws his head back, the sound pealing through the room, cruel and melodic. "By the maws! That was spectacular! Did you see him move? He nearly broke his spine." Saulo walks over to where Jory is sprawled in the mess of raw meat and sedatives. He kicks the human in the ribs, annoyed by the waste, but vastly amused by the performance. Useless. Jory is on the floor, now fully sobbing, his body racked by hyperventilation. He scrambles away from the glass on his hands and knees, slipping in the blood of the spilled meat. "I won't do it! I can't!" he pleads, the words thick with snot and tears. He looks up at Saulo, his face a mask of abject terror. Saulo sneers, wiping a tear of laughter from his pale cheek. He looks down at the human with profound disgust. "Really? You think I didn't notice? Give it here." Jory lifts the meat from the floor and raises it to Saulo, who turns to me and throws it into my cage. Saulo hauls Jory up by the back of his tunic. "Next time you ask for feeder duty will be the last time you speak." He drags the weeping man toward the door. He throws Jory at the feet of the two guards. "I'm giving this one a promotion. He's now chief shover," Saulo tells them. The two dark elf guards crack a smile as they pull Jory out the door. Saulo turns toward me, then walks slowly across the hall to my cage. He knows I won't harm him. To harm a dark elf would see me skinned alive. If deep down I didn't know there will be a time for me more than this cage, I probably would. What to soothe you, beast? Saulo asks. I stare directly at him. Maybe the scent of a female. Not. The smell of dump from the other hags below. Something fresh. Something new, he says as he unbuckles his belt. I grab my meat quickly and push to the back of the cage. The foul stench of his urine hits me as it splashes onto the floor of my cage.
Chapter 3. Vicky. I wake up to the sensation of ice against my cheek. For a terrifying, disoriented heartbeat, I think I'm back on the ridge, buried in the snow, but the air is wrong. It is too thick, too hot, smelling of unwashed bodies, stale breath, and the copper tang of sickness. I try to pull away, but there is no room. A heavy, stiff arm is thrown over my waist, pinning me down. I shift, pushing the arm away. It doesn't move like living flesh moves. It is rigid, heavy. I sit up, my heart hammering against my ribs, the sound loud in my own ears. Another one must have died through the night. It's a cold prank by my fellow humans, no doubt, that gave them nothing but a quick giggle. Her eyes are still open, milky and staring at the low stone ceiling with a look of mild surprise. Her mouth is twisted in a rictus of silent screaming. I can see the blue tint of her lips in the gloom. "Here, sweet tits," a voice rasps from the darkness. "Name's Rala. What's yours, sweet tits?" "Vicky," I reply. She crawls over to me. Her breath stinks like eggs. "Nice sleep," Rala mutters, her voice devoid of any emotion save for greed. "Not really," I reply, looking at the corpse beside me. She looks at my socks. "Oh, fancy." She grabs my feet and fingers the wool. "They were my mother's," I tell her, half expecting some sympathy. "Do me nicely," she says as she begins to pull them off my feet. "Please don't," I mutter. They are all I have left of her. "They'll be safe with me, sweet tits," she says. "Don't you worry your pretty little hole." My hand snaps out and I grab hers. "Don't!" Rala moves fast and I find her hand tight around my throat. Her other hand darts between my legs and latches onto my private place. She tightens her grip on both. "Ever been screwed with a bottle before?" Rala asks. I try to speak but can't. "A broken one?" Rala adds as she releases her grip on me. I gasp for air and scramble backward, pressing my spine against the damp wall, drawing my knees to my chest. Rala laughs as she takes my mother's socks back to her mattress and puts them on. The other slaves are waking up now, groaning as reality settles back onto their shoulders like a yoke. "New socks, Rala?" one of them asks. "Sweet tits over there gave them to me as a present," Rala replies. "Must fancy you," another voice replies. "I think she does," Rala says, winking over at me and licking her lips. A metal clang echoes from the heavy iron door. The feeding slot slides open with a screech of rusted metal. The room explodes into violence. It isn't a meal, it's a riot. A basket of hard, stale bread is dumped onto the dirty floor. There are 20 of us. There are maybe 10 pieces of bread. I don't think. I don't hesitate. The healer's daughter who would have shared her portion is gone, left on the ridge. The revulsion I felt a moment ago vanishes, incinerated by the cramping, clawing emptiness in my stomach. I dive. I feel a boot connect with my hip, bruising bone, but I don't stop. My hand closes around a rock-hard crust that has rolled near the dead woman's head. A large man with a broken nose snarls and grabs my wrist, twisting it to make me drop it. His grip is bruising, his fingernails digging into my skin. I don't drop it. I sink my teeth into his hand. He yelps and lets go, stumbling back. I scramble into the corner, shoving the entire crust into my mouth before he can retaliate. It tastes of mould and sawdust, dry and scratching my throat, but I swallow it down, staring him down. He looks at me, really looks at me, and sees the animal in my eyes. He sees that I will fight him for this scrap of mould. He turns away to find an easier target. I chew, my throat working convulsively. There is only the hunger and the body cooling beside me. This is who we are now. The guards come 10 minutes later. They drag the body out by the ankles, her head bumping wetly against the stone, leaving a smear of fluid on the floor. Then order us to the scullery. The transition from the silent, suffocating cell to the kitchens is a physical assault. The noise is a solid wall, the clang of iron cauldrons the size of bathtubs, the roar of the hearths that stretch floor to ceiling, the screaming of the overseers. The steam is so thick I can barely see my own hands. It coats my skin in a layer of grease and moisture instantly. I am shoved toward a line of stone basins filled with grey, boiling water. "Scrub!" a human shouts from somewhere in the mist. "If I see a speck of grease, you lose a finger." I plunge my hands into the water. The lye soap bites instantly, stinging the cracks in my skin like 1,000 wasps. My hands turn red, then raw. I grab a copper pan heavy enough to be a shield and start scrubbing. The metal scrapes against the stone, a sound that sets my teeth on edge. The work is mindless, back-breaking agony. My shoulders burn, the steam condenses on my face, mixing with sweat and dripping into my eyes, stinging like salt. But the work isn't the worst part. The worst part is the people. I try to work quietly, keeping my head down, but there is no solidarity in the castle. The slaves here are crabs in a bucket, climbing over each other to breathe. A large woman next to me, her arms thick with muscle and burn scars, shoves me hard with her hip. "Move over, runt. You're taking up my light." I stumble, splashing scalding water onto my apron. It soaks through to my skin. I gasp, biting my lip to keep from crying out. Crying draws attention. Attention brings pain. Across the basin, a man laughs. He catches my eye, hollow, cruel eyes rimmed with red from the smoke. He holds a ladle of boiling grease. He tilts it just a little, letting a stream of it splatter inches from my hand. I jerk back. He laughs again. "Jump, little Suru, jump." He isn't doing it because he hates me. He's doing it because he can. Because in a world where he has no power, making me jump is the only control he has left. It is petty, small, and terrifying. I don't look at him. I look at the copper pan. I scrub until my knuckles bleed, mixing red with the grey water. Look away. Look away. The whistle blows for the midday meal. We are herded to a long wooden trough filled with slop, a grey porridge that smells of fish guts and turnips. We have to eat standing up, shouldering each other for space, slurping from wooden bowls or cupped hands. I am trying to swallow a mouthful of the vile stuff when the kitchen doors swing open. The heavy oak slams against the stone wall. A guard strolls in, not Garnil, but a dark elf with a cruel, beautiful face. He wears polished black armour that seems to absorb the light of the fires. The chatter dies instantly. The only sound is the pop and hiss of the hearths. "Captain Saulo, to what do we owe the pleasure?" one of the humans says. Saulo walks down the line of slaves, his nose wrinkled in distaste. He stops in front of me. I freeze. I can feel the heat of his body radiating through his armour. I smell expensive leather, ozone, and something metallic. Blood that has dried on steel. "Well," he says. His voice is low, melodic, a dangerous instrument. His hand comes up, touching my hair. He twists a lock of it around his gloved finger, pulling just enough to force my head back. "This one is cleaner than the rest." He leans in, inhaling deeply near my neck. I stop breathing. I am a statue of terror. I feel his breath on my skin, cold and deliberate. "Fresh," he says to the room at large. "Hasn't soured yet." He releases my hair with a small shove and walks away, laughing. It was a casual torment, forgotten by him the moment he left the room. but he has painted a target on my back. I look up. The male slaves are watching me. Their eyes are heavy, sliding over my body with a terrifying, hungry speculation. They aren't looking at me with pity. They are angry that the elf touched me first. They are wondering if I'm worth the risk. The women are worse. Rala is watching me from across the trough. Her eyes are slits of pure malice. She hates me because I am young. She hates me because I am fresh. She hates me because as long as the guards are looking at me, they aren't looking at her. But that safety breeds resentment, not gratitude. She touches her own face, scarred and pitted, and then looks at mine. I feel sick. My innocence, the very thing my mother prized, is a death sentence here. It is a beacon. Slowly, making sure no one is watching, I reach under the rim of the slop trough. My fingers come away coated in black, congealed grease and soot. I rub it into my hair, matting it down. I smear it across my cheeks, muddying my skin, darkening my eyes. I try to make myself ugly. I try to look like them. But as I look up, I catch Rala's eye again. She sees what I'm doing. She smiles, and it is not a kind smile. It is a promise. Night comes as a mercy, or so I think. We are marched back to the cell. I curl up in the corner, making myself as small as possible, the exhaustion dragging my eyelids down. I fall into a fitful sleep, dreaming of screaming winds and blue lights. I wake up to a hand clamped over my mouth. My eyes fly open. It is dark, but I can see the silhouette looming over me. Rala. And behind her, 2 other women from the scullery. Their faces are twisted in the gloom. I try to scream, but Rala's hand is iron. She presses her knee into my chest, pinning me to the filthy mattress. I struggle, but I am small, and they are strong from years of lifting cauldrons. Shh, she hisses, her breath hot and smelling of rot. Don't struggle, sweet tits. We're just going to help you. She raises her other hand. In the gloom, I see the jagged edge of a broken soup bone. It is sharp, honed to a point. You think you're special, she whispers. You think you can smear a little grease on your face and hide? No, you're too pretty. It causes trouble. The men get restless. She leans closer. We're going to fix it. A few cuts here. She traces the bone shard down my cheek. It breaks the skin. A line of hot pain blooms on my face. A slit there. You'll be safe then. Just like us. It is madness born of jealousy and twisted protection. They are going to flay my face to level the playing field. I thrash, kicking out, but the other women grab my legs. The bone shard digs deeper. I whimper against her hand. Then Rala pulls her fist back and punches me. Hard. Her knuckles connect with my cheekbone. There is a crunch. Stars burst in my vision, black and red. My head snaps back against the stone floor. The world spins. I taste blood in my mouth. She raises the bone shard high, aiming for my eye. Boom! The heavy iron door of the cell slams open, hitting the stone wall with a thunderclap. Light floods the room, blinding and sudden. Rala freezes. She scrambles back, hiding the bone shard in her rags, scuttling into the shadows like a cockroach exposed to the sun. I gasp, pulling air into my lungs, my hand flying to the bleeding cut on my cheek. My face throbs where she punched me. Garnell stands in the doorway, holding a lantern. He looks bored, annoyed that he has to be down here. He scans the room, ignoring the tension, ignoring the women cowering in the corner. His eyes land on me. I am bleeding, bruised, covered in grease. You, he says, pointing a lazy finger. The scrubber, the new one. He beckons. Get up, you have a new job. I scramble to my feet, shaking. The room spins again. I don't know if I have been saved or damned. I walk toward the door, toward the light. I have escaped the bone knife this time.
Chapter 4. Tuscan. The silence of the grand ballroom is usually absolute. It is a silence I have cultivated, a heavy, dead thing that fills the space between the black marble floor and the vaulted ceiling. I stand in the center of my glass prison, listening to the settling of the stone foundation, the distant groan of the glaciers in the ridge, and the beat of my own heart. I am not drugged today. The air is clear of the sweet mist. My mind is a razor, sharp and bored, cutting through the monotony of the hours. Then, the heavy double doors groan. They do not open with the snapped efficiency of the guards. They drift open, pushed by careless hands. Light spills in from the corridor, followed by a sound that makes my capped claws flex involuntarily. Giggling. High-pitched, slurry, artificial laughter. 4 figures spill into the room. They are dark elves, females, draped in silks, the color of bruised plums and arterial blood. They stumble slightly, their balance compromised by wine and entitlement. Leading them is Lady Vistara. I know her scent. She smells of sugar masking rot, a cloying, heavy perfume applied thick to hide the natural scent of skin. It burns my nose even through the air vents. She is the Lord's mate, though the concept seems laughable applied to them. There is no bond there, only shared territory and mutual disdain. I told you, Vistara slurs, twirling a goblet of wine that threatens to spill with every gesture. He keeps it in here. The jewel. Her friends crowd behind her, a flock of vicious, glittering birds. They are not here for the architecture. They are here for the forbidden. They move with the sloppy confidence of creatures who have never been hunted. I stand perfectly still. I do not track them with my head, only my eyes. To them I am a curiosity found in a locked room. To me they are pests, noisy, colorful vermin invading my den. They approach the glass. They do not fear it. They trust the barrier implicitly, their hands pressing against the surface, leaving greasy smears on the polish. By the maws, one of them whispers, her breath fogging the glass. Look at the size of it. It's ugly, another says, wrinkling a nose that has been surgically perfected. All bone and wire. Why doesn't Ardashir put meat on it? Vistara laughs, tapping her ring against the glass. Click, click, click. Because the bone is the point, darling. It's structure. It's primal. The conversation shifts. I watch the pupils of their eyes dilate. They're not looking at my wires or my capped claws anymore. They're looking at the shape of my pelvis, the breadth of my shoulders. The air in the vents changes, souring with a new scent. Arousal. Not the clean heat of mating, but a twisted, bored lust. I bet his stick is massive, the first friend whispers, licking her lips. Don't be crass, Pari, Vistara giggles, though she steps closer, pressing her hips against the glass. Though, look at the size of those fingers. Imagine how far they could reach. They discuss me like I am a piece of furniture with a hidden compartment. They speculate on my anatomy with a crude, clinical detachment that makes my stomach turn. I feel a profound biological revulsion. They are civilized, yet they smell of artificiality and waste. They are wrong. He's asleep, Pari complains. He's boring. Wake him up, Vistara. Watch this, the third woman says. She steps forward, pushing Vistara aside. She wears a gown with a bodice laced low. She looks me in the eye, a challenge in her drunk gaze. Come on, beast, she slurs. Does this wake you up? She pulls the lace. The silk falls. She flashes her breast at me. She bounces her tit, her finger rubbing her nipple. Her pale, soft flesh is close to the liquid glass of my cage, but not close enough. I stare. I feel nothing but disgust. It is pink, soft, and useless. It offers no warmth, no sustenance, no bond. It is just flesh paraded by a creature that has forgotten the dignity of concealment. See? Pari laughs cruelly. He's broken. Ardashir gelded him. Do something! Vistara snaps, slapping her palm against the glass. Move, you useless thing! Entertain us! The sound of their mocking vibrates in my skull. It rattles the gold wires in my ribs. They are mocking the predator because they believe the cage makes them gods. I decide to end their game. I do not lunge. I do not snap. I simply shift my weight, coiling the tension in my legs, and then I slam. I throw my entire skeletal weight against the glass, right in front of the woman with her breast exposed. The sound is like a thunderclap trapped in a bottle. The reinforced glass bows outward, just a fraction, before snapping back. And I roar. It is not the growl I gave the worm Jory. This is a sound from the bottom of the lungs I don't remember having. It is a wall of noise that shatters the air, vibrating the chandeliers overhead, shaking the wine in their goblets. The reaction is instant. The dark elf screams, stumbling back so fast she trips over her own train. She hits the marble floor hard, legs sprawling, dignity vanished. Vistara drops her goblet. Red wine splatters across her silk shoes like blood. They shriek, scrambling away from the cage, slipping on the polished stone, clutching each other in a tangle of terror. The lust is gone. The mockery is gone. There is only the wet, sharp scent of prey, realizing the fence is not as high as they thought. I stand tall, my chest heaving, looking down at them. I am satisfied. The main doors bang open, hitting the walls with a violence that eclipses my roar. What is the meaning of this? Lord Ardashir stands in the doorway. He is not drunk. He is ice cold. Behind him stands Captain Saulo and 2 other guards, hands on their sword hilts. The women freeze on the floor. Vistara scrambles to her feet, trying to smooth her wine-stained dress, trying to pull dignity out of the air. "My lord," she stammers. We wanted to see." Ardashir walks into the room. His cane, topped with a silver skull, clicks rhythmically on the black marble. He ignores the friends. He ignores the woman still adjusting her bodice. His eyes are fixed solely on his wife. "I told you," he says, his voice dangerously quiet. "The ballroom is forbidden. You disturb his temperament." "He scared us!" Vistara cries, pointing a shaking finger at me. "He attacked the glass! He needs to be disciplined!" Ardashir stops in front of her. He looks at her flushed face, the spilled wine, the embarrassment of her friends cowering on the floor. "He is a beast, Vistara. He acts according to his nature." Ardashir grips his cane. "You, however, are supposed to be a lady." He does not shout. He moves with a blur of speed. He raises the cane and strikes her across the face. Crack. It is a sharp, wet sound. Vistara cries out and falls to her knees, clutching her cheek. Blood wells between her fingers, bright red against her pale skin. "Get out," Ardashir whispers, "before I feed you to him myself." The friends scramble up and flee, dragging Vistara with them. She is weeping, a sound of utter humiliation and pain. I watch from behind the glass. My claws flex against the stone floor. I hate her. I hate her smell, her laughter, her weakness. I would tear her throat out given a heartbeat of freedom. But seeing the male strike her, seeing him break the creature he claimed to bond with, a low growl builds in my throat, involuntary. It triggers a confusion in my blood, a primal rage that has no name. You do not break what is yours. You protect it, even if it is weak, especially if it is weak. Saulo looks at the cage, hearing my growl. He smirks, sharing a look with the Lord. "The beast is agitated," Saulo says. "Let him be," Ardashir says, turning his back on the blood his wife left on the floor. "He's just hungry." They leave. The lights dim. I'm alone with the silence and the smell of copper and wine. I look at the spot where Vistara fell. I tear her apart in a second because she is not my mate.
Chapter 5. Vicky. Garnell drags me deeper into the servants' wing, past the kitchens, to a low vaulted room that smells of sulphur and mould. "Clean her," he barks, shoving me through the door. 2 women are waiting. They are large, their arms thick with muscle, their faces set in masks of grim efficiency. They do not speak to me. They grab me. One rips the rags from my body, tearing the fabric I carefully scavenged. I try to cover myself, shivering in the damp cold, but she slaps my hands away. "Stand still," she grunts. The other woman picks up a heavy rubber hose attached to a copper pipe in the wall. She turns a valve. A jet of water hits me with the force of a punch. I scream. The water is scalding hot. It hits my skin like fire, blasting away the grease, the dirt, and the layers of skin I have been trying to protect. I slip on the wet stone, falling to my knees, but the water follows me, relentless. They scrub me with stiff bristle brushes that feel like wire, scouring my back, my arms, my legs. They scrub until I am red and raw, until every nerve ending is screaming. They are washing away the slave. They are scrubbing away the human. They are preparing a surface. The water stops as abruptly as it started. I am left gasping on the floor, my skin burning, steam rising from my shivering body. "Up," the first woman says. I stand, my legs shaking. I expect a towel. Instead, she picks up a glass atomizer with a gold bulb. She sprays me. A cloud of heavy, oily mist settles on my skin. It smells of roses. Not real roses, not the ones my father grew in his garden, but a thick, cloying, synthetic rose scent that catches in my throat. It smells like a funeral home. It smells like a lie. "Dress," the second woman says, kicking a pile of clothes toward me. I look down. They are my own rags, the same filthy, blood-stiff tunic and dress I was wearing before. They haven't been washed. I pull them on, the rough fabric scraping against my raw, rose-scented skin. The contrast makes me nauseous. I smell like a flower rotting in a sewer. My real scent, the smell of fear and sweat and dirt, is trapped underneath, suffocating beneath the perfume. Garnell returns. He looks me over, sniffing the air. "Acceptable. The Lord prefers his meat garnished." He grabs my arm again, dragging me out. As we ascend the stairs, leaving the slave quarters behind, he speaks. "Listen to me, girl. You are about to take the feeder test. If you pass, you will no longer sleep in the cells. You sleep here." He points to a corridor that leads to the upper levels. "You get a room, a bed, a blanket." I stumble, nearly tripping. A room? A bed? It sounds like a delirium dream. "Don't look so happy," Garnell sneers. "It isn't for you. The beast won't eat from just anyone. Pricky jerk he is. And if the other sows in the pit smell the meat on you, or this perfume, they'll slit your throat while you sleep to get this job." It is a cage gilded with a blanket. We reach a set of massive double doors made of polished ebony wood, carved with scenes of hunting. 2 guards stand there, leaning against the stone with an elegance that belongs in a painting, not a prison. Captain Saulo leans against the wall. Without his overcoat, I can't help but notice the very large bulge of his elfhood that nestles in his tight trousers. He is terrifyingly beautiful, his pale skin glowing in the torchlight. His crisp, clean white shirt clings to his manly physique. He looks up as we approach. "Sergeant." He nods to Garnell, his voice bored. Then his eyes land on me. Garnell shoves me forward. "The new feeder, Captain Saulo. Scrubbed and scented." Saulo straightens up. He circles me slowly, like a shark inspecting a wounded seal. He stops in front of me, invading my space. He inhales deeply. "Rose," he murmurs, "to cover the rot." He reaches out. His gloved hand touches my chin, tilting my face up. He looks at the fresh cut on my cheek, the bruise blooming around my eye. Then he looks at my lips. His eyes darken. The boredom vanishes, replaced by a sharp, predatory heat. It isn't the hunger of the starving slaves in the pit. It is the hunger of a man who has tasted everything and is looking for a new flavour. "A doll in rags," he whispers. His thumb brushes my lower lip, pressing hard enough to bruise. My breath hitches. I am frozen. If I pull away, he kills me. If I stay, he leans closer. I can feel the heat of his body. He wants to take me. Right here, against the wall. Because he can. Because I am nothing. Clang. A clock chimes deep within the castle. The sound shatters the moment. Saulo blinks. The lust recedes, replaced instantly by the cold mask of duty. He is a captain of the guard first, a monster second. Acceptable, he says, his voice flat. He wipes his glove on his leg as if I soiled him. Take her inside. The beast is restless. Saulo turns and pushes the heavy doors open. They swing inward silently on well-oiled hinges. I step into the vastness. It is a ballroom, a cavernous hall of black marble floors that reflect the ceiling like a dark lake. Vaulted arches stretch high above, lost in shadow. The air here is freezing, a stark contrast to the steam of the bathhouse. It is silent, dead silent. And in the midst of the room, an island of light in the gloom, stands the cage where the monster is. It is a cube of thick, seamless glass, glowing with a faint magical luminescence. Inside, drapes of purple silk hang from the ceiling. There are 2 guards inside. "Where's the meat?" Saulo shouts at them. They both look at each other. "It hasn't arrived, sir," one of them mutter. "Get me meat!" Saulo yells. One of the guards rushes out the door. Saulo turns to me. His angry voice turns to charm. "If this goes well, perhaps you'll permit me to visit you in your quarters?" Saulo asks. But I know it's not a request. "If it pleases you, sir." "Oh, I have no doubt about that," he replies. "Best. Keep him on side while I have something he wants on the table." The door opens and the guard appears with a tray of thick meat. Although it should repulse me, I am so hungry I could lose myself in it. "Meat for the monster," Saulo says. He looks at me. "Well, lassie, take the tray to the monster." I walk over and take the tray from the guard. I turn and begin to walk towards the glass cage in the middle of the room. And for the first time, I see the monster, and a fear begins to swell in my stomach.
Chapter 6. Tuscan. A wave of synthetic rose perfume rolls across the black marble floor. It is thick, oily, and cloying. It burns the sensitive lining of my nasal cavity, tasting of chemicals and desperate vanity. It smells like a funeral parlor where the flowers are used to mask the scent of decay. It smells like a lie. It offends me deeply. It marks this new creature as property, painted and scented for the Lord's amusement, just like the gold wires threaded through my ribs or the purple silks draped over my bones. As she moves closer, I focus my vision. The girl is small. She clutches a heavy silver tray to her chest like a shield, her knuckles white against the metal. She is draped in the same filth I smelled on Jory, ancient sweat and stone dust, but it is suffocating beneath the layer of roses. She is terrified. I can hear the rabbit-quick rhythm of her heart from here. But as I watch her flinch away from Saulo's hand when he corrects her path, I realize something interesting. She keeps glancing back at him, her shoulders hunched. She is more afraid of the guard behind her than she is of the monster in front of her. Saulo watches from a distance. "That's it, lassie. Nothing to fear," Saulo says, his voice echoing in the vast, empty room. He stands crossing his arms, a smirk playing on his pale lips. He is enjoying this. He expects a scream. He expects a repeat of Jory's pathetic failure. I look at the girl. I apply the focus of a predator to the details the dark elf ignores. I see past the perfume now. I see the swelling on her cheek where a fist connected with bone. A recent injury, blooming purple and angry. I see the raw red skin on her arms where she was scrubbed with lye until she bled. She hasn't been tamed. She has been beaten. She is not a painted harlot like Lady Vistara. She is a survivor of the same cruelty that built this cage. She looks at the glass. I can see the confusion in her stance. She is looking for a slot, a drawer, a mechanical lever like the one Jory used. There is none. The Lord prefers his magic seamless. I focus on the barrier between us. To her, it looks like solid crystal, impenetrable and cold. To me, I know its true nature. It is liquid magic. If I look closely, I can see it shimmering faintly, like a layer of oil on still water. It is a cruelty of dark elf design, a trap made of light. It yields soft as mist to anything entering, a hand, a tray, a body, but becomes diamond hard to anything trying to leave. It is a mouth that only swallows. She realizes it. I see the tremble start in her hands, shaking the silver tray. The contents rattle, raw meat and bone. "Just push it through the glass, lassie," Saulo says. I watch as she tries to understand that. Then when she does, a fear colors her cheeks. She knows that if she reaches in, I could grab her wrist. I could pull her through. I could trap her in here with me forever, and no one would stop me. Saulo taps his foot impatiently. The sound is a sharp click on the marble. "Feed him," he commands, his tone bored but underscored with threat. "Or I feed you to him." The girl flinches. She forces herself to move. She steps closer. She balances the heavy tray on one trembling hand and reaches out with the other to stabilize herself against the air. Her fingers press against the surface of the glass. It ripples. It gives way, allowing her hand to pass through as if she is dipping it into a cold, still pond. The magic clings to her skin for a second, then releases. The moment the barrier is breached, the air in my cage changes. The scent of the roses is pushed aside by something sharper, something real. The fresh cut on her cheek, or perhaps a scrape on her hand from the tray, weeps a single drop of red. The scent hits me hard. It is iron and honey, pure, undiluted. It is the smell of life itself, ancient and potent, calling to the hollow ache in my bones that the drugged meat never touches. It is a song I forgot I knew. My pupils dilate, swallowing the color of my stare. The test, the plan to slam the glass and watch her scream, to taste her fear like I tasted Jory's, dies in my throat. I forget Saulo. I forget the cage. I forget the wires and the silks. I forget everything but that scent. I move. Not a lunge. Not a strike. I move with a slow, fluid stalk, uncoiling my height from the statue pose. I approach the glass where her hand is suspended, holding the tray of meat. The girl freezes. Her wide, white-rimmed stare is locked on me, filled with terror. She stops breathing. She is waiting for the bite. She is waiting to die. I stop inches from her hand. I tower over her, a skeletal giant in purple silk, my shadow swallowing her whole. Then, slowly, deliberately, I kneel. I bring my face level with hers. The glass ripples between us, liquid and permeable. I stare at her. I do not look at the meat. I look at the bruise on her face. I look at the fear she is fighting to control. I look at the resilience in her jaw. I reach out with a capped claw. I slide my hand under the silver tray she offers. As I take the weight of the silver, the bone of my finger brushes against the skin of her wrist. Snap. It isn't just a touch. It is a circuit closing. A shock of cold electricity zips up my arm, jumps across my chest, and settles deep in my marrow. It vibrates in my teeth. I see her gasp. Her breath fogs the glass from the outside. She felt it too. She stares at me, and for a second, the fear in her gaze is replaced by a shock of recognition. She pulls her hand back, dragging it through the liquid glass. The barrier seals shut again, rippling into stillness, cutting off the direct contact. She steps back, clutching her hand to her chest, staring at me. She is shaking, but she is alive. Saulo walks toward her, clapping his hands slowly. "Well done, lassie," he says, his voice rich with twisted delight. He isn't disappointed. He's aroused by her survival. He looks at her with a new, dark appreciation. You didn't flinch. You didn't drop it. I think you just got the job. He grabs her arm again, but this time his touch lingers. Come, let's get you to your room. I may even buy you a new dress. Nothing fancy, of course, but easy to lift up when needed. Practical. They leave. The doors boom shut. I do not watch them go. I ignore the tray of meat in my hand. I ignore the hunger in my stomach. I stare at the spot where she stood. The scent of her blood, the keeper's balm, still lingers in the air, stronger than the roses, stronger than the rot.
Chapter 7. Vicky. Saulo leads the way, his hand resting lightly on the small of my back. It is a courtly gesture, the kind a gentleman might offer a lady at a dance, but the weight of his grip is a constant reminder of the steel beneath the courtesy. We take a turn into a narrow corridor. The stone here is covered in tapestries depicting hunts, stags being torn apart by hounds, birds pierced by arrows. The air is warmer here, shielded from the draughts of the main hall. Saulo stops at a door made of polished dark wood. He opens it with a flourish, gesturing for me to enter. This is your domain now, he says, his voice smooth as oil. You are the feeder. It is a position of distinction. I step inside, hesitant. He follows, closing the door but not latching it. He leans against the frame, watching me with that same predatory amusement he wore in the courtyard. Listen carefully, lassie, he says, the charm in his voice sharpening into a blade. You have been given a gift. You will have food, real food, not slop. You will have warmth. You will be safe from the animals in the pit who would slit your throat for a crust of bread. But do not mistake this for freedom. He steps closer, towering over me. The scent of his leather and ozone fills the small space. You serve the beast, he says. That is Tuscon, a grand name for a caged dog, and through him you serve the Lord. You will be clean, you will be quiet, and you will never, ever ask for anything. If you ask, you become a burden, and burdens are discarded. He reaches out, tucking a stray lock of grease-streaked hair behind my ear. His touch is gentle, terrifyingly so. There will be nights, he continues, his eyes roaming over my face. Ball nights, when the Lord entertains the high nobility. On those nights, guests may find their way to this corridor. High-born elves with appetites. He smiles, and it is a dazzling, cold expression. You should be thankful. To take the seed of a highborn is a blessing for a creature like you. It elevates you, but do try to make sure they don't impregnate you, guide them to your buttocks. Do you understand? I nod, my throat tight. I understand. I am not just a feeder for the beast in the cage. I am a convenience for the beasts in the hall. Saulo does not leave. He shifts his weight, blocking the exit completely. The playful light in his violet eyes deepens into something darker, something heavier. And since we are discussing duties, he states, let us return to our earlier conversation. I freeze. I remember his hand on my chin in the courtyard, the way he looked at my mouth. You accepted my invitation, he says, as if we had agreed to tea. To be inspected, to be appreciated. He takes a step into the room, forcing me to back up until my legs hit the edge of the bed. I am a captain, he says, stating it like a law of physics. I have needs that the camp followers cannot satisfy. They are crude. You have potential. He looks down at his own belt, then back up at my eyes. He speaks with a terrifying, matter-of-fact candour. I should warn you, he says, his tone conversational. I am very large in elfhood. It is a trait of my lineage. It can be taxing for humans. He isn't boasting. He isn't trying to seduce me with romance. He is giving me a logistical warning, like telling a soldier the terrain is rocky. "You will be expected to take it," he says softly, without protest, without tears. I dislike noise during my release. It ruins the focus. He reaches out and runs his thumb over my lower lip again, pressing until I taste iron. "Prepare yourself. When I return from my watch, I will come to collect what is owed." I cannot breathe. I cannot speak. I can only stand there, trembling, trapped between the bed and the beautiful monster. He smiles, satisfied with my silence. "Good, lassie, good." He turns and leaves, closing the door with a soft click. I am alone. My legs give out and I sink onto the mattress. I gasp for air, trying to purge the smell of him from my lungs. I look around the room. It is my reward, my prison. It is hideous. The room is draped in heavy, suffocating velvets. The colours are a violent assault on the eyes, brazen purples that clash with shocking, fleshy pinks. Gold tassels hang from every surface like dead vines. It looks like a boudoir designed by someone who has never seen a real woman, only a doll in a painting. It is vulgar. It is tacky. It screams of a desperate attempt to mimic luxury without understanding comfort. And yet, I reach out and touch the duvet. It is thick. It is warm. I look at the wash basin in the corner. It is filled with clear water. There is a bar of soap that smells of lavender, not lye. There is no corpse in the corner. There are no eyes watching me from the shadows, calculating when I will die so they can take my rags. The air is still and quiet. I slide off the bed and kneel on the rug. It is soft. I bury my face in the vulgar pink velvet of the bedspread and I weep. Not from sadness, but from a confusing, overwhelming relief. It is ugly. It is a trap, but it is warm. I stand up, wiping my face. I need to get out of these rags. They stink of the slave pit, of the fierce sweat of the other women, of the death I narrowly escaped. I see a garment laid out at the end of the bed. It is a nightdress made of fine, sheer silk, dyed a deep crimson. I pick it up. The fabric is cool and slippery like water. But as I hold it to the light, I notice the hem. It is frayed. There is a small, dark stain near the neckline that didn't wash out. It is used. It belonged to someone before me, one who didn't last. I strip off my tunic and dress, peeling the filth from my skin. The air in the room hits my body, but it isn't biting. It is just air. I pull the silk over my head. It slides down my body, caressing my skin in a way that feels alien. I look at myself in the small gilt-framed mirror on the wall. I don't recognize the girl staring back. She looks like a ghost draped in blood. I crawl under the heavy velvet duvet. The weight of it is comforting, pressing me down into the mattress. But my feet are cold. I wiggle my toes, searching for warmth on my feet. A sudden, vicious spike of hatred burns in my chest. Rala. She took my mother's wool socks. She is probably wearing them right now, warm in the freezing cell, laughing at me. I hope she freezes. I hope the guards find the bone shard and flay her. I hope the beast eats her slowly. The violence of the thought surprises me. The castle is changing me. It is sharpening my edges. I close my eyes. My mind is a tangled mess of images. I see the sad creature in the glass, kneeling to take the tray, his bone brushing my skin with that shock of lightning. I see Saulo, beautiful and terrifying, promising to break me open with his lineage. I ask myself at the point before sleep takes me, which one is the monster? From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Tuscan. Night in the castle is never silent. It is heavy. The darkness in the grand ballroom has a physical weight, pressing against the glass walls of my cage like deep water. The only light comes from the faint, dying embers of the magical sconces and the rhythmic pulse of my own heartlight, casting long, skeletal shadows across the floor. Outside the glass, the 2 guards are asleep. They sit slumped against the marble pillars, their discipline eroded by the wine Saulo allows them when the Lord is absent. Their snoring is a wet, rhythmic gurgle that grates on my hearing, a constant reminder of the meat sacks that hold the keys to my world. I cannot sleep. My mind is too loud. In the absence of the day's noise, my senses expand. I tune into the echo, the low-frequency hum that connects all of my kind. It is not a language. There are no words, only impressions carried on the psychological wind. I squeeze my eyes shut and listen. Far to the west, I feel a cold, calcified rage. It feels like a glacier moving, slow and unstoppable. The disease. It is spreading, a philosophy of ice and iron that demands submission. Closer, but still distant, I feel something else. A void. A hollow, terrifying hunger that feels like a sinkhole. It is the signature of a Wyra who has done the unthinkable, eaten his own kind. I shudder, my bones rattling against the gold wires. I'm isolated here, a static point in a world of violent movement. My nerves raw and understimulated. I'm a predator trapped in a jewelry box, listening to the monsters in the dark while the guards sleep. I try to focus on the distant images and voices, to learn more of the world I have forgotten, but a closer, sharper memory shoves it aside. The girl. I do not know her name, only her scent, ghosts over my tongue. Burnt wood and honey. It is a phantom taste, but it is strong enough to make my mouth water. I recall the shock of her touch through the liquid glass, the way the lightning jumped from her skin to my bone. I pace the length of the cage. Click, click, click. My body feels tight, feverish. I'm experiencing a biological reaction that has nothing to do with violence. A pressure builds in my groin, heavy and aching. It is a throbbing, persistent demand that confuses me. I am a creature of bone and shadow. I did not know I could want like this. I look down. My hood has hardened, pushing against the heavy purple silk of my silk robe. It hurts. It is a rod of heat in a body made of cold. I need to cool it. I need to stop the ache. I move to the wall of the cage closest to the shadows. I press my head against the glass. Then I press my hips forward. The cold surface bites into my skin through the silk, a sharp relief against the fever heat. I groan, a low vibration in my chest. I close my eyes, imagining it is the cool skin of the girl with the sad eyes. A soft rustle breaks the silence of the ballroom. It is not the guards. It is the friction of expensive fabric moving through shadow. I open my eyes. I do not move my head. I track the movement in the reflection of the glass. A figure emerges from the servant's side door, slipping into the room like a thief. It is Lady Vistara. She is alone. She moves with a drunk, unsteady stealth, clutching a robe of sheer crimson silk around her body. She smells of wine, stale tears, and the pungent medicinal scent of bruise salve. The mark of her husband's cane is likely blooming on her face beneath the shadows. She creeps toward the cage. She sees the guards are asleep. She sees me pressed against the glass. She stops. Her eyes adjust to the gloom. She sees the way I am standing, hips pressed forward, head bowed, the tension in my frame unmistakable. A slow, cruel smile spreads across her face. She approaches silently, her bare feet silent on the marble. She does not mock me this time. Her bravado is gone, replaced by a husky, dark curiosity. She is driven by the humiliation she suffered earlier and a perverse need to reclaim power over the thing her husband owns. "Does it hurt, beast?" she whispers. Her voice is thick with whine and twisted empathy. She steps closer until her breath fogs the glass from the outside. She looks down at my hips, then up to my face. "You want release," she whispers. "Poor thing, trapped in a box with all that need." She's projecting her own desires onto me. She thinks I'm a helpless animal, suffering for her amusement. She thinks she is the predator here because she is on the outside. She steps right up to the glass. She is mesmerized. The temptation to touch the forbidden monster, the thing that terrified her friends, is too strong. She wants to touch the fire because she thinks she controls the burn. I do not pull away. I let the silk slip slightly. I let her see the reality of what is behind the glass. The size, the heat, the alien ridges of a wara in rut. Her eyes widen, her pupils dilate, swallowing the violet of her irises. The lust rolls off her in waves, smelling of sour grapes. "Let me," she whispers, her voice trembling. "Let me help you." She reaches out, her hand presses into the glass. The magic yields. It softens like thick syrup, allowing her pale, manicured fingers to sink into the barrier. She pushes deeper, reaching for me, reaching to stroke the monster. The moment her hand breaches the interior, it ends. I move. I do not lean into her touch. My hand snaps out faster than a cobra strike. I grab her wrist. My fingers invoke the strength of the bone beneath the skin, clamping down like an iron shackle. Vistara gasps, her eyes snapping up to mine. She sees the trap too late. I yank. I throw my weight backward, pulling with all the kinetic force of my frame. Vistara doesn't even have time to scream. She is dragged bodily forward. The glass resists for a fraction of a second, stretching around her like a caul, distorting her features. And then she pops through. It is a violent birth. She flies through the barrier, the magic stripping the sheer silk robe from her shoulders as if shucking corn. She tumbles onto the stone floor of the cage, disheveled and utterly stunned. The glass seals shut behind her with a wet snap. She scrambles backward, crabs walking across the floor, staring up at me. The lust is gone. The arrogance is gone. There is only the realization that she is now inside the cage with the beast. I loom over her. I am 10 feet tall. I am aroused, angry, and bored. With a few swipes of my claws, I rip her clothes from her. She is naked, and better for it. Her body is no longer padded behind the elaborate gowns. It curves like art. It oozes softness and want. Her skin is not a color but a scent, deep and ancient. She is the earth, the mud and the stream. Yet I dare not screw her. I lie down away from her and wait until the need leaves me and sleep takes me.
Chapter 9. Vicky. For a panic-stricken second, I flail, my hands tangling in fabrics that are too soft, too heavy to be real. I expect the cold stone of the cell, the elbow of a stranger in my ribs, the smell of the dead. Instead, I open my eyes to a canopy of aggressive, fleshy pink velvet. The memory of the night crashes back into me. Saulo, the threat, the room. I sit up, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I am alone. The door is still shut. The high-born visitors Saulo promised did not come. I slide out of the bed, my bare feet sinking into the thick rug. The room is stiflingly warm, scented with the lavender soap I used and the stale, dusty smell of old fabric. It feels less like a sanctuary and more like a coffin lined with silk. I move to the wash basin. The water is cold now, but it is clean. I splash my face, trying to scrub away the lingering fog of sleep. I look at my reflection in the gilt mirror. My skin is scrubbed raw, smelling of that cloying, synthetic rose perfume, but my eyes are the same, hollow, dark, haunted. I look at the silk nightdress. I cannot wear this to the kitchens. I find my old clothes in a pile by the door. They are stiff with dried mud and the blood of the woman who died next to me. Picking them up feels like picking up a disease. I pull the rough tunic over my head, wincing as the coarse fabric scrapes against my clean skin. I pull on the leggings. The transformation is grotesque. I am a clean thing wrapped in filth. A doll found in a gutter. I feel like a fraud, an imposter wearing the skin of a slave. I open the door and step into the corridor. It is empty. The silence of the upper halls is unnerving. I walk toward the service stairs, my shoulders hunched, waiting for a blow. I wait for a guard to shout, for a whip to crack, for someone to demand why I'm walking unchained. But no one comes. I pass a servant polishing a suit of armour, and he doesn't even look at me. I am invisible. My new station has rendered me a ghost in the machine of the spire. I have freedom of movement, but it feels illicit, like I am stealing every step. The heat hits me before I even reach the archway, a wall of humid, greasy air that smells of rendering fat and burnt onions. I step into the kitchen. It is a chaotic hive of activity. Dozens of slaves scurry between the hearths, their heads down, their movements jerky with fear. I move toward the butcher's block. Figus, the head cook, stands there. He is a massive man, his face a roadmap of burn scars and cruelty. He is hacking at a carcass with a cleaver, the rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack echoing off the stone walls. He sees me. He stops. The silence spreads outward from him like a ripple in dark water. The other slaves stop working. They turn to look at me. I expected indifference. I expected them to see me as one of them. I was wrong. Their eyes are filled with a toxic mix of envy and hatred. To them, I'm not a victim of Saulo's interest. I am a collaborator. I am the woman who sleeps in a bed while they sleep on stone. Figus wipes his hands on a blood-smeared apron and leans over the counter. He reaches for a heavy silver tray loaded with raw meat, huge dark cuts of prime Taurus steak, glistening with fat. He slams the tray down in front of me. The meat wobbles wetly. My stomach contracts. A sharp, painful cramp of hunger bends me double for a second. The smell of the raw meat is overpowering. It smells metallic, rich, and incredibly savoury. I stare at the red flesh. I haven't eaten in 2 days. A dark animal voice in my head whispers, "Take a bite, just a small piece from the bottom. No one will know." "Don't even think about it," Figus growls. I snap my head up. He is leaning close, his breath smelling of rotten teeth and garlic. "Prime cuts for the monster," he sneers, his voice loud enough for the room to hear. "Better than what you'll ever eat, girl. That meat costs more than your life." He shoves the tray toward me, hard. It slides across the wood, stopping inches from my stomach. "Think you're above us now, eh?" Figus hisses, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Sleeping in the velvet room? Smelling like a dark elf's pillow?" He leans in further, his voice dropping to a menacing rumble. "Well, you ain't. We're watching you." I grab the cold handles of the tray, my hands shaking. I back away, turning before he can say more, before the hatred in the room swallows me whole. I flee the heat, clutching the raw meat to my chest like it is gold. The climb back to the ballroom is agony. The tray is heavy, the silver digging into my palms, and my arms are weak from hunger. The smell of the raw steaks wafts up to my face, taunting me with every step. "Eat it," the hunger whispers. "He's a monster. He won't care." "He will," I answer myself. "Saulo will." I reach the upper corridor. The air here is freezing, a relief after the kitchen but a shock to my damp skin. I approach the massive double doors of the ballroom. I brace myself for the guards, for their sneers, for their hands checking me for weapons. But the space in front of the doors is empty. I stop. Odd. I shift the heavy tray to one hip and reach out. I push against the heavy wood of the door. It groans, swinging inward on well-oiled hinges. I slip inside, my heart pounding in my ears. The ballroom is a cavern of shadows and ice. The morning light filters weakly through the high, stained glass windows, painting the floor in pools of blue and grey. It is silent. The two guards are fast asleep, curled up like babies. Between them lies an empty green glass bottle. The air reeks of strong spirits, a sharp medicinal alcohol that burns the nose. I stare at them. Negligence. Pure, arrogant negligence. They are so confident in the cage, so confident in the fear the castle inspires, that they drank themselves into a stupor on duty. It feels wrong. It feels like walking into a trap. I walk toward the centre, toward the island of magical light and glass. I stop. The tray tips in my hands. I barely catch it, the meat sliding dangerously. I am looking at the cage. I expect to see the skeletal giant pacing or sleeping or standing like a statue. Tuscan is there. He is standing in the glass box, his back to me, looking down at the floor. But he is not alone. In the corner of the cage, curled into a tight, trembling ball, is a woman. She is a dark elf. Her skin is the colour of moonlight, her hair a spill of silver silk across the stone. She is naked, completely, starkly naked. Her clothes, a gown of crimson silk, layers of petticoats, jewelled shoes, are not scattered. They are folded. They sit in a neat, precise pile next to her, arranged with a terrifying, mocking fastidiousness. The woman is shivering violently, her spine pressing against the glass as if trying to phase through it. Her eyes are wide, fixed on nothing, blown black with a terror so absolute it looks like madness. I recognise her face from the portraits in the hall. This is not a servant. This is not a slave. This is Lady Vistara, the Lord's wife. Tuscan turns slowly. He hears me. He looms over the shivering woman, 10 immense feet of bone and purple silk. He looks at me through the glass. His heart light is not the angry red of yesterday. It is a dark, deep gold. It is the colour of satisfaction, of a point made. He didn't kill her. He didn't eat her. He stripped her of her dignity, her protection, and her secrets, and he put her on display, ideally for the Lord to find. I step closer, the horror of the scene pressing down on me. The implications are terrifying. I look from the naked, broken noblewoman to the monster who put her there. "What have you done?" I whisper, the question echoing in the silence. Tuscan looks at me. He looks at the tray in my hands. Then he looks back at his prize. He lowers his massive skeletal head in a slow nod. He isn't sorry. He is proud.
Chapter 10. Tuscan. The girl stands frozen on the other side of the glass. She clutches the heavy silver tray to her chest, her knuckles white against the polished metal, her eyes wide and fixed on the naked, shivering form of Lady Vistara, curled on the floor of my cage. I watch her closely. I'm curious. Morning light through the tall windows catches condensation on the glass barrier, casting prismatic patterns across the girl's pale face. Her short, sharp breaths fog slightly in the hall's perpetual chill. A deep, complex fear rolls off her, the terror of witnessing something that shouldn't exist. Most would flee or mock. The tall one, Vistara, a master who built this place on the backs of the girl's people, is justly punished. Stripped of her silks and dignity, she is a shivering animal in a box. The lady's perfect golden skin is mottled with goosebumps. Her elaborate braided hair is a tangled mess clinging to her tear-streaked face. She huddles against the far wall of my cage, avoiding my looming presence, her arms wrapped around herself for modesty. The magical barrier's invisible residue makes her skin glisten. But the girl does not laugh. She does not run. I can smell the complex mix of emotions radiating from her. Distaste sharp as vinegar, fear cold as winter wind. But underneath it all, something else. Something stronger. A determination that burns clean and bright, untainted by cruelty or satisfaction at another's suffering. The tray of meat clinked softly on the black marble floor, breaking her frozen state. Stepping closer to the glass, her worn boots scuffed the polished stone. Her face is not set in triumph. It is set in a mask of grim, practical determination. The kind of expression I've seen on battlefield medics treating enemy wounded. Distasteful but necessary work that must be done regardless of personal feelings. She acts not for Vistara, whose sight sickens her after months of cruelty, but because she won't let the castle's evil triumph. She refuses to let cruelty stand, even toward an enemy, even when that enemy deserves every moment of terror she's experiencing. It intrigues me. I lean closer, my shadow, like a dark blessing, drops the cage's temperature as my massive frame blocks the morning light. My heart light pulses a soft, curious blue, the color of deep ocean, winter skies, and decisive moments. My shadow falls over the girl. She doesn't flinch, her gaze fixed on the captive woman. I watch, curious to see what she'll do, what choice she'll make about her oppressor's pain. I tap the glass, one sharp clack of a claw. "It will kill you, human!" I rumble, the vibration passing through the barrier. She looks up. Her eyes are wet, but her jaw is set. "Vicky," she corrects me, her voice trembling but firm. "My name is Vicky." I blink. It is a small name for such a large courage. Vicky nears the barrier. Her fingers hover inches from the shimmering glass. The magical field hums, sparking across her skin, its pull a palpable threat, promising to trap her in hopelessness. She knows the danger. She knows that if she steps through, she is trapped. The magic doesn't distinguish between rescuer and victim. It only knows hunger. She plunges her arms into the barrier. Magic reluctantly yields to her entry, a nauseating mix of liquid and solid, warm and cold, welcoming and rejecting. Her face contorts as the field tries to pull her deeper, claiming her as it has others. She reaches in, up to her elbows, her hands grasping for purchase on anything solid in that otherworldly space. The effort makes the muscles in her neck stand out like cords, makes her teeth clench with determination that borders on fury. "Take my hands," she says to the woman on the floor, her voice strained but steady. Vistara's eyes, reflecting profound, world-shattering terror, look up. Her smeared black and gold cosmetics are like abstract war paint. I loom behind her. She scrambles backward on the slick stone, frantic and undignified, slipping as she lunges desperately for the girl's fingers. They clasp hands. The contact sends a shock through the magical field. I can see it ripple outward from their joined grip, like rings in a disturbed pond. Vistara's perfectly manicured nails dig into Vicky's calloused palms, hard enough to draw blood. The girl pulls. The magic resists with the patience of millennia and the hunger of something that has never known satisfaction. It is designed to swallow, not release. It clings to Vistara's skin like cold, thick syrup, dragging at her limbs with invisible weights. Every inch of progress requires tremendous effort. Vicky groans with exertion, her boots squeaking and slipping on the polished marble floor outside the cage as she fought for leverage. Her body trembled, sweat beaded on her forehead despite the chill, and the veins in her neck strained. I could end this. The thought crosses my mind with casual ease. I could reach out and snap Vistara's neck with a single twitch of my claws, could grab the girl's wrists and pull her in, claiming 2 pets instead of 1. The hunger whispers its approval of such efficiency. Why settle for 1 when you could have both? But I look at the girl's gritted teeth. I see the sweat beading on her brow, the sheer, stubborn will of a creature who has no power but refuses to be helpless, who chooses compassion even when it serves no purpose, even when it benefits someone who has shown her none. There is strength in this choice, real strength, the kind that interests me more than simple predation. I decide to let her win this round. I step back, giving them space, my claws scraping softly against the stone floor. The sound echoes in the chamber like distant thunder. I pulse my heart light once, a silent signal of permission that sends blue radiance washing across the glass walls. The girl gives a final desperate heave. There is a wet, sucking sound, like a boot being pulled from deep mud, like a cork released from an ancient wine bottle. The magic gives way with reluctant violence, releasing its captive in a rush of displaced energy that sends both women tumbling. Vistara is dragged through the barrier in a graceless sprawl of naked limbs and sweat. She hits the marble floor hard, her perfect skin slick with the magical residue of the cage, a substance that feels like oil but looks like starlight, clinging to her in patterns that trace her fear. Freed, the lady's usual arrogance vanishes. Her centuries of armored privilege are stripped away with her clothes, leaving only raw, honest, elven panic. Then she screams. It is a high, piercing shriek of pure hysteria, a sound that shatters the morning silence like a hammer hitting crystal. The sound bounces off the marble walls and tall windows, multiplying and echoing, until it seems to come from everywhere at once. The chaos is instant. The two guards by the door, jolted awake by guilt, scrambled up, crashing into each other. Hungover, they fumbled for unsteady weapons. One kicked their empty wine bottle, sending a loud clatter across the floor. The secret is out. The morning's strange magic has been broken by reality's sharp return. The double doors fly open with a crash that echoes through the chamber like thunder. Captain Saulo enters with the predatory grace of a man ready for violence, his hand on his sword's hilt. His violet eyes efficiently scan the room, assessing the scene like a battlefield. He sees the naked lord's wife cowering on the floor, clutching her ruined modesty like a shield made of silk. He sees the slave girl, panting from exertion, her hands still wet with the cage's magic and her enemy's sweat. He sees the hungover guards, useless and terrified, their weapons held in shaking hands. And he sees me, watching it all with cold amusement, my heart light pulsing the deep blue of satisfied curiosity. Saulo stops. He does not rage. He does not shout orders or demand explanations. Instead, a slow, cruel smile spreads across his beautiful face, like sunrise over a battlefield. He immediately grasps the situation's delicious irony, recognizing the leverage delivered like a gift from vengeful gods. He takes off his heavy black cloak with deliberate ceremony, the fabric rustling like raven's wings. He walks over to Vistara with measured steps, not with the deference of a guard to a mistress, but with the swagger of an owner approaching property. He throws the cloak over her shivering shoulders with theatrical gentleness. "My lady," he purrs, his voice dripping with mock concern thick as honey. "It seems you wandered where you shouldn't." Vistara looks up at him, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear. The terror of the cage was immediate and physical. This is something deeper. The fear of someone who suddenly realizes they have given their enemy everything they need for destruction. She knows he has her, knows that her moment of helpless terror has become his weapon. Saulo glances at the girl, then at me. His violet eyes sparkle with the kind of cruel joy that comes from unexpected opportunity. He isn't angry about this morning's chaos. He is delighted by it. "Lucky for you," he says to Vistara, his voice carrying undertones of threat wrapped in silk. "Only the help saw." He guides the weeping woman toward the door, his hand resting possessively on her shoulder through the black fabric. Each step they take together is a small victory for him, a small defeat for everything she represents. He looks back at Vicky, who is left standing alone in the middle of the vast chamber, surrounded by the evidence of her impossible choice and its complicated consequences. "Feed him," Saulo commands, his smile widening to show teeth white as winter. "And then go back to your room. We will discuss this later." The words carry promise and threat in equal measure. The girl has saved her enemy, but in doing so, she may have damned them both. The doors close behind them with a sound like fate sealing itself shut. I look at the girl. She is shaking from exertion and delayed shock, but she is standing, still upright, still defiant in the face of consequences she cannot yet imagine. I flare my heartlight a deep, approving gold, the color of ancient wisdom, of choices made for their own sake rather than their rewards. She chose compassion when it served no purpose, chose mercy when it benefited an enemy, chose to act when action would bring her only trouble. These are the choices that interest me. These are the qualities that might someday prove worthy of freedom.
Chapter 11. Vicky. I back out of the ballroom, pulling the heavy doors shut with trembling hands. The latch clicks, sealing the monster and the memory of Lady Vistara's naked humiliation inside. The corridor is empty. The silence of the spire is heavy, watchful, like a held breath. I move quickly, my bare feet making no sound on the cold stone, retracing the path to my room. I feel exposed in the silk nightdress, a ghost drifting through a castle that wants to eat me. I reach my door, the polished wood standing out against the grim stone, and slip inside. I throw the bolt, leaning back against the wood, my legs finally giving out. I slide down to the floor, gasping for air, expecting the panic to overwhelm me. But as I lift my head, the panic is shoved aside by a much older, sharper instinct. The room smells of roasted meat and hot bread. On the small gilt-legged table near the window, a silver tray waits. I scramble up, stumbling toward it. I rip the linen cover away. A feast. Not the scraps thrown into the slave pit, not the gristle and mouldy crusts. A whole roasted bird, its skin golden and crackling with fat. A loaf of bread still steaming from the oven. A crock of yellow butter. A pitcher of juice. My stomach cramps so hard I whimper. I haven't eaten a real meal in... I can't remember. The healer's house? Before the fire? I fall into the chair. I don't use the heavy silver knife and fork. I grab the bird with my hands, tearing a leg free. Grease coats my fingers, hot and slick. I shove the meat into my mouth, chewing frantically, swallowing before I can even taste it. Then the bread, torn into chunks and slathered in butter. I eat like a wolf. Like him. I eat until my stomach hurts, until the grease stains the cuffs of the silk nightdress, until the tray is a ruin of bones and crumbs. I sit back, breathing hard, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. The food sits heavy and warm in my belly, a sensation so foreign it feels like a drug. The warmth spreads to my limbs, dulling the sharp edge of my terror. Saulo sent this. He ordered the bath. He ordered the room. He ordered this food. I look at the bones on the plate. In the pit I fought for mouldy crusts. Here I am fed like a queen. A treacherous, poisonous thought uncoils in my mind. He takes care of me. I shake my head, trying to dislodge it. He is a monster. He threatened to break me. He looks at me like I am a piece of meat, no different than the bird I just devoured. But he feeds me, the traitorous voice whispers. He saved you from the cold. He saved you from Rala and the others who wanted to cut your face. Maybe this is just the price. I look at the vulgar pink velvet of the bed curtains. If he comes here tonight, if he pushes that door open and demands payment for this meal, do I have the right to refuse? I ate his food. I slept in his bed. Maybe this is just how the world works now. The strong take, and the weak pay with whatever they have. If I let him use me, am I a victim? Or am I just paying my debt? The confusion makes me dizzy. I feel a flush of shame, hot and prickling, that I am even considering it. That for a moment, I felt grateful to the man who promised to ruin me. Maybe he deserves my body. Maybe this is fair. I wipe the grease from my mouth, the taste suddenly turning to ash. I need to wash the grease from my hands. I need to wash the feeling of the liquid glass from my skin. I go to the wash basin. The water is cool. I scrub my face, my arms, my neck. I try to scrub away the confusion, the lingering scent of the roasted bird, the phantom feeling of Vistara's desperate grip. I catch my reflection in the mirror. The bruise on my cheek, the one Rala gave me, is fading to a sickly yellow. My skin looks cleaner, softer. The castle is changing me already. It is polishing me. I strip off the silk nightdress. It is stained with grease now, ruined. I bundle it up and shove it into the corner. I am naked in the room, shivering not from cold, but from anticipation. I wait. I sit on the edge of the bed, pulling the velvet duvet around my shoulders. I watch the door. I remember his words. Prepare yourself. I try to steel myself. I try to find the place in my mind where I can go when it happens, the place I went when the dark elves dragged us from our village. I will float away. I will let him do what he must, and I will survive, because I am full of warm food and I am in a soft bed. Hours pass. The light in the window shifts from the pale grey of morning to the brighter white of noon. He does not come. The waiting is a torture all its own. Every footstep in the corridor outside makes my muscles lock. Every distant voice sounds like his. A sharp rap on the door makes me jump so hard I bite my tongue. "Enter," I whisper, then clearing my throat, "Come in." The door opens. I clutch the duvet tight, bracing for the black armour, the white hair, the cruel smile. It is not Saulo. A young servant boy scuttles in, eyes downcast, terrified to be in this wing. He holds a package wrapped in brown paper. "From the captain," he squeaks. He drops the bundle on the chest on the bed and flees, pulling the door shut behind him. I stare at the package. Slowly I crawl to the foot of the bed. I reach out and tear the paper. Clothing, a dress of dark blue wool, simple but thick and clean. A shift of soft linen. And at the bottom, something small and grey. I pick them up. My breath hitches in a sob that hurts my chest. Socks. But not just any socks. These are grey wool, knitted with a specific tight stitch I watched my mother's hands make 1,000 times by the fire. There is the small mistake in the heel turn on the left one. These are my socks, the ones Rala stole in the pit, the ones she wore while she mocked me. But they are not dirty. They are not stained with the filth of the cell. They are washed, they are scrubbed clean, the wool soft and smelling of lavender soap. And where Rala's rough usage had worn a hole in the toe, there is a neat, precise stitch of fresh blue thread. Mended. They look new. They look like they just came from my mother's needles. I hold them to my face, inhaling the scent of soap and wool. Saulo did this. He didn't just give me clothes. He went to the pit. He found Rala. He took these back. And he had them cleaned and mended for me. It is a gesture of terrifying power. It says, I see everything. I can reach anywhere. I can take from the ones who hurt you, and I can restore what was lost. It is possessive. It is controlling. And God help me, it is the kindest thing anyone has done for me in weeks. I pull the socks onto my feet. The wool is warm and familiar. They fit perfectly. I curl up on the bed, wearing the dress and the socks, and I close my eyes. The confusion is worse now. I am terrified of him. I hate him. But as I drift into a restless sleep, my hand rests on the mended toe of the sock, and I wonder if monsters can be saviours too.
Chapter 12. Tuscan. The morning light filtering through the high windows is the color of old bruises, grey, purple, and cold. I press my forehead against the wall of my cage, seeking the bite of the chill to cool the burning in my blood. I am awake. I have been awake since the moment I dragged the Lady Vistara through this barrier and threw her back into her world. Something has changed in my physiology. The familiar gnawing ache of the hunger, The biological need for essence has mutated. It is no longer a void demanding to be filled. It is a fire demanding to be fed. It is the fever. It thrums in my marrow, a constant, low-frequency vibration that makes my hands shake. It is an obsession. I close my eyes and I see her face. I inhale, and even through the stale air of the ballroom, I hunt for the ghost of her scent. In the recesses of my mind, the echo hums. It is the shared consciousness of my kind, a web of distant voices and impressions. I feel the cold rage of the disease spreading in the west. I feel the hollow, terrifying silence of Septus. Usually I listen. I learn. But today the echo feels like static. It feels like ghosts whispering in a dead language. I tune them out. I do not care about the wars of other monsters. I care only about the small shadow that lives in the servants' hall. I begin to pace. Click, click, click. My capped claws strike the stone floor in a rhythm that matches the frantic beat of my heart. I measure the cage. 10 strides across. 10 strides back. It is too small. It has always been too small, but today it feels like a coffin. I am waiting. My hearing is tuned to the specific frequency of the corridor. I ignore the heavy tread of the guard changes, the distant shouting of the cooks. I am waiting for the hesitation of a light step, the shuffle of wool on stone. The heavy double doors groan. I stop mid-stride. My entire body locks into stillness. Vicky enters. She is alone. There is no Saulo strutting behind her, no Garnal dragging her. She pushes the heavy door closed with her hip, balancing the silver tray. I watch her walk across the vast expanse of black marble. The distance between the door and my cage feels infinite, and I devour every step she takes. She has changed. She is wearing a dress of dark blue wool. It is simple, high-collared, and thick. It fits her small frame well, hiding the sharp angles of her starvation. Her hair is clean, tied back from her face. She looks softer, warmer, less like a dying thing and more like a woman. She stops a few feet from the glass. She does not hide behind the tray today. She holds it, but her head is up. I inhale. I smell the synthetic rose soap she washed with. I smell the roasted meat on the tray, but underneath it, I smell him. Saulo. The scent is faint to a human nose, but to me, it is a scream. It clings to the fibers of the blue wool. It is the sharp tang of ozone, the rich oil of expensive leather, and the heavy musk-like reek of lust. It coats her. It marks her. My heart light flares a possessive, angry gold, bordering on the red of violence. He gave her those clothes. He dressed her. He wrapped her in his scent like a blanket. Predators recognize when another predator is marking territory. Saulo is not just being kind. He is grooming. He's preparing a meal. Vicky sets the tray down on the marble floor. She does not push it through the glass. She doesn't even look at it. She sits down. Right there on the cold stone, legs crossed, just outside the barrier. She looks up at me. The fear is still there, living in the corners of her eyes. But it is quiet today. It is mixed with something else. A searching, intense curiosity. "How did you come to be here?" she asks. Her voice is soft, trembling slightly in the empty room. I move closer. I sit on my side of the glass, folding my long, skeletal legs until my face is level with hers. The barrier ripples between us, liquid and strange. I try to speak. My voice is a rusty instrument unused to the shapes of human words. It comes out as a low, gravelly rumble, vibrating against the glass. "I do not know," I say. She blinks, surprised by the sound, surprised that the monster speaks. I have no memory of the wild, I admit, the words feeling heavy on my tongue. I remember only the stone and the glass. I think, perhaps I have always been here. Perhaps I was made for this box, built bone by bone to be looked at. It is a truth I have never spoken. It hangs in the air, tragic and cold. And you? I ask. Where are your kin? Her expression shatters. For a moment, she looks like the child she was. Dead, she whispers. All of them. My mother. My father. The dark elves came to our village. They burned it. They took those of us who could walk and killed the rest. I listen with a stillness that is absolute. I do not fidget. I do not look away. I absorb her grief as if it is sustenance. Vicky stares at me. I see the shift in her eyes. She is looking at the sharp angles of my cheekbones, the hollows of my sockets, the way the gold light plays across the ivory of my skull. She does not see a beast. She sees a terrible beauty, a creature of perfect bone and tragic grace, trapped in a jewel box. The fear evaporates, replaced by a profound, silent awe. She shifts, pulling her knees up to her chest. The hem of the blue dress rides up, revealing her feet. She is wearing gray wool socks. They are clean, mended with blue thread. I point a capped claw at them. He gave you those, I say. It is not a question. Vicky flinches. She pulls the dress down, trying to hide them. They were my mother's, she defends weakly. He got them back for me. He had them cleaned. He smells of hunger, I rumble. She looks at me, confused. He fed me. He gave me a room. He is fattening a lamb, I tell her, my voice becoming a growl. He does not give gifts. He makes investments. I smell him on you, little shadow. He wants to break you. The color drains from her face. She knows it is true. She feels the debt hanging over her. She looks small and terrified again. I cannot bear it. I reach out. I press my massive hand flat against the surface of the glass. Do not let him, I say. She looks at my hand. Slowly, she reaches out. She matches her palm to mine. The glass ripples between our skin, a thin, cold membrane, but the heat transfers instantly. The electric shock zips through the barrier, racing up my arm and settling in my chest. It is not painful. It is anchoring. I look at her small, pale hand against my skeletal one. I think of Saulo's lust. I think of the Lord's cruelty. They think they own her because they put a dress on her back. They are wrong. She is mine. And in the quiet of the ballroom, with the static of the echo fading to nothing, I make a silent vow. If the captain tries to collect his debt, I will tear this castle down.
Chapter 13. Vicky. The castle is a maze of shadows. I slip out of my room, leaving the vulgar safety of the pink velvet behind. I am wearing the dark blue wool dress, but my feet are bare. The stone floor is cold, grounding me. I need to see him. I reach the kitchens. They are deserted, the fires banked to glowing coals. The air smells of cold grease and ash. I move to the icebox, my hands steady. I take a large cut of raw meat, wrapping it in a linen cloth. Then I go to the spice cupboard. My fingers trace the jars. Salt, pepper, sage. I find a small dark bottle at the back. Lost leaf. My father used it to sedate horses before surgery. It is potent, tasteless in strong wine, and fast-acting. I take a pitcher of the spiced wine left for the guards. I pour a heavy dose of the powdered leaf into it, stirring until it dissolves. I pour 4 mugs. I am not just a scrubber. I am a healer's daughter. And tonight, I am an alchemist. I carry the heavy tray up to the ballroom. The corridors are silent, but my heart beats a frantic rhythm against my ribs. 2 guards stand outside the main doors. They look mean, bored, and cold. They straighten as I approach, their hands going to their swords. I don't shrink away. I lift my chin. I put on a smile I don't feel. "Gentlemen," I say, my voice light and teasing. "The captain sent a midnight feast for the beast." I gesture to the meat. "And something for you." I offer the tray, the mugs of steaming, spiced wine front and centre. "It's cold tonight. I purr. This will keep your big elf cocks ready for battle. The guards blink. Then they grin, leering at me. The crudeness disarms them completely. They see a human girl trying to curry favour. They see an easy target. Thoughtful of the captain, one says, grabbing a mug. He drinks deep. And thoughtful of you. They wave me through, already swaying slightly as the warmth hits their stomachs. I step past them, my smile fixed like a mask. I push the heavy doors open. The two guards inside are awake, but drowsy. I repeat the performance, the smile, the wine, the lie. They drink. I walk toward the centre of the room, pretending to arrange the meat on the tray. I count the seconds. 1, 2, 3. Behind me, the conversation slurs. Heavy, one guard mutters. Then the sound I was waiting for. Thump, the heavy impact of armour hitting marble. Then another. Thump. I turn. The guards are slumped on the floor, deep in a drug-induced coma. They won't wake until noon. I am alone. I turn back to the cage. Tuscan is already standing. He looms behind the glass, a massive, skeletal shadow. He is watching me with an intensity that burns the air between us. He knows what I did. I abandon the tray. It clatters to the floor, the meat forgotten. I run to the glass. I don't care about the cold. Don't care about the danger. I press my body against the barrier. Tuscan moves instantly. He lowers his massive head until we are eye level. His heart light flares a blinding, desperate blue. I reach out. I press my hands into the glass. It ripples, yielding to my touch. I push deeper until my palms are inside his world. He leans forward. He doesn't have lips, just the hard, smooth bone of his muzzle, but I don't care. I push my face into the glass. It gives way, wrapping around me like cold water. I meet him in the middle. My mouth presses against the bone of his face. I kiss him. Snap. The electric shock explodes through me. It isn't just a touch. It is a collision of souls. I taste the ozone of his magic, the ancient dust of his bones, and the overwhelming, crushing weight of his loneliness.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Slowly, gently now, he leans over me, muzzle pressing to the back of my neck through the glass. Mine, he whispers again, soft as a vow.
Chapter 14. Tuscan. Morning in the castle is usually a slow, creeping thing. The light filters through the high windows in muted shades of grey, chasing away the shadows with reluctance. But today, the morning arrives with violence. I am already awake. I've been awake since she left, pressing my forehead against the glass where her lips touched. My body feels strange, lighter, vibrating with a low-frequency hum of energy that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with her. The memory of her taste, the shock of her name on my tongue, is a drug more potent than any essence. The peace shatters. Get up! Get up, you useless bastards! The shout echoes through the heavy doors, muffled but furious. It is Captain Saulo. I hear the thud of boots against wood, the clang of armor hitting stone. Not again! Saulo roars. Kick the bastards, Garnil! Wake them up! I hear the wet, meaty sound of a boot connecting with a body. A groan. Another kick. Up! On your feet! Garnell bellows. "You worthless sacks of trash! The captain gave an order!" I stand in the center of my cage. A slow, dark amusement curls in my chest. My little shadow did her work well. They will be lucky if they can stand without vomiting for hours. I feel good. Better than I have felt in decades. The boredom is gone. The hunger is quiet. There is only the lingering warmth of her kiss and the grim satisfaction of chaos. But the amusement fades as quickly as it came, replaced by a cold, sharp realization. Saulo is furious. I can hear it in the cadence of his shouting, the way he paces outside the door. His arrogance has been pricked. His guards failed him. His routine is broken. And when a predator like Saulo is embarrassed, he looks for something to hurt to re-establish his dominance. He will look for Vicky. He's been denied his prize for too long. He gave her the dress. He gave her the room. He thinks he bought her. And now, in his anger, he will want to collect. The thought sends a spike of adrenaline through me that makes my claws ache. I pace the length of the cage. Click, click, click. I cannot stay in here. Not today. If he touches her, if he takes his anger out on her. I test the glass with my shoulder. It holds firm. The liquid magic requires permission or massive force. I need him to come close. I need him to make a mistake. The double doors fly open with a crash that shakes the dust from the chandeliers. Saulo storms in. He is not the composed, elegant courtier today. His hair is disheveled, his face a mask of cold, white rage. Behind him, Garneel is dragging one of the groggy guards by the collar, while another guard stumbles behind, clutching his head. Garneel kicks the stumbling man in the back of the knee, sending him sprawling. "Get up!" Garneel screams, kicking him again in the ribs. The sound of the impact is sickening. "Call the reserve. Get fresh men in here now." Two more guards rush in from the corridor, eyes wide. "Take them to the cells!" Garneel orders, shoving the groggy men toward the newcomers. "Throw them in the pit. Let them rot until they remember how to stand guard." They drag the drugged men out. The doors remain open. Saulo ignores the commotion. He strides toward my cage, his hand white-knuckled on the hilt of his sword. He stops a few feet away and slams his fist against the glass. Thud. "What happened here, beast?" he snarls. His voice is tight, dangerous. "Is this your magic? Did you bewitch my guards? Did you do this?" He looks at the empty tray on the floor, at the spilled wine. He's looking for a reason to hurt something. I do not cower. I do not retreat to the shadows. I stand to my full height. I unfold my limbs until I am looming over him, 10 feet of bone and shadow. I walk slowly toward the glass until I'm standing directly in front of him. I look down at his furious, beautiful face. I raise one long, skeletal finger. I beckon him. "Come closer, little captain." It is a taunt, a challenge. Saulo's eyes narrow. His arrogance flares, overriding his caution. He thinks he is safe behind the glass. He thinks he is the master of this room. He leans in, pressing his face close to the barrier, his eyes searching mine for fear. "You think you're clever?" he hisses. I lean down. I bring my muzzle right up to the glass, inches from his face. I speak. My voice is a low, gravelly rumble that vibrates through the barrier, a sound that is felt in the teeth as much as heard. "You touch her," I whisper. Saulo freezes. His eyes widen. "You touch her," I repeat, the words grinding like stones, "and I will rip you apart." It is not a threat. It is a promise. A prophecy. Saulo flinches. He steps back, his hand falling from the glass as if it burned him. For the first time, the mask of the arrogant dark elf slips completely. There is real fear in his violet eyes. Fear of me.
Chapter 15. Vicky. I enter the kitchens and am immediately swallowed by a wall of sound and heat. It is pandemonium. Usually the kitchens are chaotic, but organised. Today, they are a battlefield. Dozens of slaves are sprinting between the roaring hearths, carrying trays of roasted fowl, tureens of soup, and baskets of delicate breads. Steam hisses from boiling cauldrons, mixing with the shouting of the cooks and the clatter of iron pans. I press myself against the wall to avoid being trampled by two men carrying a whole roasted pig on a spit. Vegas stands in the madness, wielding a ladle like a baton. He is screaming orders, his face slick with sweat and rage. "Move! Faster, you useless maggots!" He spots me. I brace myself for his usual sneer, for the insults about my promotion. But today, Vegas doesn't have time for petty cruelty. He doesn't see the feeder, he sees a pair of hands. "You!" he barks, pointing a grease-stained finger at me. "Don't just stand there gawking, pull your weight." He grabs a heavy silver tray from the counter and shoves it into my arms. It is loaded with delicate pastries, sliced fruits, and a crystal carafe of wine. "Take this to the ladies' chambers," he commands. "She hasn't eaten, and if she faints during the grand ball tonight, the Lord will have my head on a pike. Go!" He spins away to scream at a scullery maid who dropped a spoon. I am dismissed. I clutch the tray, my heart sinking. The ladies' chambers, the last place in the world I want to be. I leave the inferno of the kitchens and climb the service stairs. The air grows cooler, quieter, but the tension of the castle is palpable. Servants rush past me in the corridors, carrying linens and flowers, their faces tight with stress. Tonight is the grand ball. The entire spire is holding its breath. I reach the upper wing, where the air smells of expensive wax and old stone. The noise of the preparations fades, replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence. I stand before the double doors of Lady Vistara's chambers. They are carved with intricate vines and flowers, painted in gold leaf. I knock. "My lady!" I call softly. No answer. I knock again, harder. "Breakfast, my lady." Silence. Vegas said she hadn't eaten. If I bring the tray back, he might actually hurt me. I take a breath and push the door open. I step inside. It is not a room. It is an apartment. The sitting room is vast, draped in silks of azure and silver. Sunlight streams through tall windows, illuminating furniture that looks too fragile to sit on. It smells of expensive perfume, sugar and rot, and something else, something musky and earthy that doesn't belong in this gilded cage. "My lady?" I whisper. Still nothing. She must be asleep in the bedroom. I move toward the dining table to leave the tray. I set the silver tray down on the polished wood. I turn to leave, relieved to be done with it. Then I hear it. A sound coming from the short corridor that leads to the bedroom. Thump, thump, a rhythmic, wet impact, and then a sharp, high cry. It sounds like pain. It sounds like someone being hurt. My heart skips a beat. I freeze. Is the Lord in there? Is he beating her again? I remember the sound of the cane hitting her face in the ballroom. The memory makes me sick. But beneath the fear, the healer's instinct flares. If she is hurt, she might need help, or at least someone to witness it. I creep down the short hallway. The door to the bedroom is slightly ajar. The sounds are louder now, a guttural grunt, the squeak of wood, and another cry from the lady.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 16. Tuscan. The sun has shifted. The light streaming through the high windows has turned from the crisp white of noon to the slanting golden haze of afternoon. She is late. I pace the cage, my claws clicking a frantic rhythm on the stone. Click, click, click. 10 strides. Turn. 10 strides. Turn. Usually she comes when the sun hits the third pillar. That was an hour ago. The silence of the ballroom is heavy, suffocating. My mind, usually a cold, sharp instrument, is fraying. The confidence I felt this morning when I threatened Saulo has evaporated, replaced by a creeping, insidious dread. Did he take her? Did he punish her for the drugged guards? Did he find her in the corridor and drag her into a room I cannot see? I claw at the glass. I am trapped. I am a useless, caged beast, while the only real thing in my world is out there, alone among monsters who wear silk and smiles. The echoes hums in my skull. Distant rage, distant hunger, but I shove it down. I don't really care about the war. I don't give a damn about the ideology. I only care about the silence where her footsteps should be. The doors creak open. I stop mid-stride, my breath catching in a chest that doesn't need air. Vicky slips inside. She is flushed, her hair escaping its pins, her chest heaving as if she has been running. But she is walking. She is whole. The relief hits me so hard my knees weaken. I slump against the glass, pressing my forehead to the cool surface. She is here. She came back. She hurries across the floor, the silver tray rattling in her hands. She doesn't look at the guards, who have been replaced by new, alert ones standing rigid at the door. She looks only at me. She reaches the cage and kneels. She doesn't speak. She just pushes the tray through the glass. Her hands tremble. I reach out. I take the meat, a large, raw cut of beef. It smells rich and bloody. My hunger flares, a sharp, demanding pang. I lift it to my mouth and take a bite. "It is the grand ball tonight," she says. I spit the meat onto the floor of the cage. "Poison!" I growl. Vicky blinks, confused. "What?" "No, I got it from the kitchen myself. Vegas gave it to me." "It is laced," I tell her. "Sedatives." "Why?" she whispers. "The grand ball," I realize, the pieces falling into place. "It is tonight. They drug me beforehand, so I am weak. So I am sluggish and safe for their guests to gawk at. This is the first time I've known before I ate. Usually I wake up heavy and confused, a prop in their play. Today, because of her, I'm awake. Vicky stares at the tainted meat. Her face hardens. The fear I saw earlier, the flush of running, the tremor in her hands, solidifies into anger. "They want you weak," she says. "Yes. Then we won't let them." She looks around the empty room, her mind working fast. "I have to get you something else. Real food. You need your strength." "It is too risky," I rumble. "If you are caught stealing, I won't be caught." She looks at me, her eyes blazing with a sudden dangerous idea. "And this meat, we shouldn't waste it." I tilt my head. "What do you mean?" "The banquet," she whispers, leaning closer to the glass. "The kitchen is chaos. Trays everywhere. If I swap this onto a platter going to the high table." She looks at me, seeking permission, seeking partnership. She is suggesting poisoning the Lord's guests. It is reckless. It is dangerous. It is perfect. A low, dark purr vibrates in my chest. She is not just a feeder. She is a predator. She wants to bite back. "Do it," I say. "Make them sleep." She nods, a fierce, sharp movement. She is terrified, I can smell it on her, but she is choosing the fight. The planning is done. The adrenaline fades, leaving behind the heavy, intimate silence that always settles between us. She stays kneeling. She doesn't leave. I lean down, bringing my face close to the barrier where she sits. I inhale deeply, sorting through the layers of her scent. The rose soap, the kitchen grease, the fear. But there is something else today. Something rich and musky and undeniably biological. You smell different today, I rumble. She freezes. Different how? Not just fear, I say, my voice becoming a low hush. Heat. I look at her directly, capturing her gaze with the fires of my sockets. Did you touch yourself? Vicky flushes scarlet, the color rising from her neck to her cheeks. She looks down, then back up, brave and honest. Yes, she whispers. Why? Because I was thinking of you. The words hit me harder than the drug would have. She touched herself thinking of me. Not a man, a monster. She presses her hand to the glass. I want more, she says, her voice trembling with a hunger that matches my own. I want you without the glass, without the magic. I want to feel you. My heart light flares a deep, possessive gold, burning away the last of the gray. I cover her hand with mine. The shock zips between us, a promise. Tonight, I vow, during the ball, when the music is loud and the guests are drugged, I will make it happen.
Chapter 17. Vicky. The kitchen is madness incarnate. I press my back against the stone wall, clutching the empty tray to my chest as bodies surge past me in the sweltering heat. The air is thick with steam and smoke, reeking of roasted meat, wine, and something else. Something metallic and sweet that makes my stomach lurch. Dozens of slaves scurry between the massive hearths like ants in a burning hill. Their faces are slick with sweat and terror. Tonight is the grand ball, and the kitchen has become a battlefield where every dropped spoon might mean death. Fergus stands in the eye of the storm, his massive frame wielding a bloodied cleaver like a conductor's baton. His scarred face gleams with sweat as he bellows orders over the chaos. Move faster, you maggots! The guests are here! He spots a scullery boy cowering near the bread ovens. Without warning, Fergus hurls a ladle across the room. It catches the boy in the temple, sending him sprawling into the flour sacks. Clean meat only touches clean hands, Fergus roars. Your filthy paws contaminate the Lord's table. I watch in horror as two guards drag the unconscious boy away, his head leaving a crimson streak across the stone floor. No one else even glances up from their work. This is normal. This is Twigs Day. A crash echoes from the pastry station. A slave woman has dropped an entire tray of delicate sugar sculptures, tiny dark elves dancing in frozen ecstasy. The pastries shatter into crystalline fragments across the floor. The woman falls to her knees, frantically trying to gather the pieces. But it's too late. Fergus is already striding toward her, cleaver in hand, his eyes alight with sadistic glee. Please, she whispers. Please, I can fix them. The cleaver comes down. I turn away before I see the worst of it, but the wet sound echoes in my ears. When I look back, there are only red stains and fragments of sugar mixed with darker things. Clean that up, Fergus growls to no one in particular, and get those pastries remade. The Lord's guests have refined tastes. Through the service windows that look out onto the main courtyard, I catch glimpses of the arriving carriages. These aren't the sleek, elegant vehicles I've seen in Orthani's city squares. These are war machines draped in silk, reinforced with black iron, pulled by creatures that look more like wolves than horses. The guests spilling from these carriages make my blood freeze. A dark elf woman emerges from the lead carriage, her gown woven from what looks suspiciously like human hair. She laughs at something her companion says, the sound like breaking glass. Behind her, a male elf straightens his coat, a coat adorned with buttons that glint in the torchlight. As he turns, I realise those aren't buttons. They're human teeth. Another carriage disgorges a group of elves wearing cloaks that seem to writhe in the shadows. When one of them gestures, I catch sight of the lining. It's not fabric. It's preserved skin, tattooed with screaming faces. Beautiful evening for a feast, one calls to his companions, his voice carrying clearly through the courtyard. Indeed, I do hope our host has prepared something special. They laugh together, the sound making my bones ache. These aren't the dark elves I knew from cautionary tales. Sophisticated, cruel, but civilized nobles from the great cities. These are outlanders, slavers, monsters who've shed any pretense of civilization and embraced their basest nature. And I'm about to poison them all. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it fills me with a cold, sharp satisfaction. The drugged beef sits heavy in my hands, its surface glistening with sedatives that smell faintly of overripe fruit. My heart hammers against my ribs as I scan the chaos for my opportunity. The high table's feast is being assembled on the far side of the kitchen, an ostentatious display of excess that makes me sick. Whole roasted peacocks with their feathers reattached, pies carved to look like screaming faces, wines the colour of fresh blood. And in the centre, waiting for the final garnish, sits the massive platter destined for the Lord's table, prime cuts of Torah steak arranged in an elaborate pattern. Fegus is distracted, screaming at a group of servers about proper wine service. The guards are focused on maintaining order among the increasingly frantic slaves. This is my chance. I edge closer to the high table station, keeping my head down, the drugged meat hidden beneath a soiled kitchen rag. A serving girl rushes past, arms full of crystal goblets, and I fall into step behind her. At the platter I pause. My hands tremble as I lift the cloth. The meat beneath looks identical to what's already arranged on the silver tray, except for the faint, sickly sweet smell that marks it as poisoned. I reach for one of the prime cuts on the platter. "What are you doing?" The voice behind me is sharp, suspicious. I freeze, my fingers inches from the meat. I turn slowly. It's Mira, one of the kitchen slaves who's always resented my promotion to feeder status. Her eyes are narrow, calculating. "Fegus sent me." I lie smoothly. "One of these cuts wasn't properly aged. He wants it replaced." Mira's gaze flicks to the wrapped meat in my other hand. For a terrifying moment, I think she's going to call out, expose me, ruin everything. Then she shrugs. "Waste of good meat if you ask me, but it's your neck if Fegus finds out you're lying." She turns back to her own work, arranging flowers around a roasted swan, and I exhale slowly. Working quickly, I swap 3 of the prime cuts with my drugged pieces. The poisoned meat integrates seamlessly with the display. To anyone else, it looks like the same magnificent feast it was before, but now it carries a secret, a promise of chaos. I wrap the clean meat in my cloth and back away from the platter, my heart pounding so hard I'm sure everyone can hear it. The high table platters leave the kitchen in a ceremonial procession. Guards escort the servers as they carry their precious cargo toward the dining hall. I watch from the shadows as my poisoned contribution disappears into the bowels of the castle. It's done. There's no taking it back now. The realization hits me like a physical blow. In less than an hour, some of the most powerful dark elves in the Outlander territories will be consuming sedatives meant for a Wyra beast. They'll become sluggish, confused, vulnerable. And then what? What happens when Tuscan is released into a room full of drugged nobles? What kind of chaos am I unleashing? The kitchen continues its frantic pace around me, but I feel suddenly disconnected from it all. The mission is complete. Now I need to get back to my chambers, to wait, to see what I've set in motion. I slip away from the chaos, moving through the service corridors with the practice of someone who's learned to be invisible. The stone walls are cool after the inferno of the kitchens, and I allow myself a moment to breathe. The corridor stretches ahead of me, lit by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on the walls. My footsteps echo softly as I make my way toward the servants' quarters. Almost there. Almost safe. I turn the corner toward my room. Something strikes the back of my skull. Hard, precise, Professional. The world explodes into stars and then dissolves into black velvet. My last conscious thought is a wordless scream of terror as strong hands catch my falling body, and the darkness swallows everything whole.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 18. Tuscan. They come to my cage like pilgrims to a shrine. I stand motionless in the glass prison, my posture carefully slouched to suggest the familiar lethargy of sedation. But behind my half-closed eyes, my mind burns with crystalline clarity. I see them as they truly are. The first to approach is a female dark elf, whose gown appears to be woven from silk until she moves, and I catch the telltale shimmer. Human hair. Thousands of strands, braided and dyed crimson, flowing around her like a waterfall of stolen life. "Magnificent," she purrs, pressing her palm against the glass. I can practically taste the rage radiating from him. Her companion's ears are pierced with human finger bones. His coat is adorned with buttons that gleam in the torchlight, each one a polished human tooth. When he smiles, I see his own teeth have been replaced with sharpened metal. "I heard Saulo has trained this one to perform tricks," he says. "Color changes, hunting displays, even basic commands. Like a dog." The comparison sends rage coursing through my veins, but I force my body to remain slack. Let them think me broken. These aren't the sophisticated dark elves of Orthani or Voig, bound by civilization's veneer. These are outlanders, nobles who have shed every pretense and embraced their basest nature. They wear human remains as fashion accessories. They speak of torture as art, and I am their centerpiece. Through the glass walls, I witness the grand ballroom's true nature. The dining hall is a cathedral of excess, vaulted ceiling draped with banners of human skin, chandeliers of polished bone casting shadows across tables, groaning with obscene delicacies. A human slave is chained to each table for entertainment. Some dance while their masters eat. Others serve as living furniture. At one table, elves drop hot wax onto a bound boy's skin, betting on which drops will make him scream loudest. Lord Ardashir raises a goblet of wine red as fresh blood. Tonight, we celebrate the essence of what it means to be truly free. Here, beyond civilization's constraints, we can indulge our nature without apology. The applause is thunderous, accompanied by rattling chains and muffled sobs. Then the servers bring out the evening's courses. My blood turns to ice as I recognize what's being served alongside traditional meats. Human flesh, prepared with the same care as any delicacy. Roasted limbs garnished with herbs, hearts stuffed with rice and served on silver platters. The dark elves fall upon their feast with savage enthusiasm, tearing into forbidden meat while their human slaves are forced to watch. This is not mere cruelty. This is ritual. Worship at the altar of absolute power, where the strong devour the weak in the most literal sense. As wine flows and inhibitions crumble, Conversations turn to anticipation of the night's main event. "I heard the beast can change colors like a chameleon," one noble calls out. "Red for rage, gold for hunger, blue for fear." "When has a Wyra ever known fear?" Lady Zarathi laughs. "They're born without the capacity for it." "Then we'll have to teach him," another suggests, eliciting cruel laughter. A younger elf raises his goblet. "To Lord Ardashir, who has given us a tame god of war, dancing for our pleasure." The toast echoes across the hall while I remain motionless. Every word is a lash across my pride, every laugh a new ember of rage. Some have clearly attended previous shows. They regale newcomers with stories of past performances, color changes on command, hunting displays, theatrical kills for their amusement. The shame burns like acid in my veins. How many times have I unknowingly degraded myself for their pleasure? How many innocent creatures have I slaughtered while drugged into compliance? But tonight is different. Tonight I will remember every moment, every humiliation. And when my chance comes, I will show them what a Wyra truly is. If only they knew their tame beast was cataloging every face, planning their destruction with crystalline clarity. Salo enters the ballroom like a master showman taking the stage. The crowd's energy shifts instantly, all attention focusing on the lean dark elf striding toward my cage with theatrical flourish. "My lords and ladies," his voice carries across the hushed hall, "the evening's entertainment awaits your pleasure." The crowd erupts. Saulo produces an ornate key, holding it aloft. "Behold, the key to caging a god!" The lock clicks. The glass door swings wide. I step from my prison slowly, as if fighting through layers of drugged lethargy. The crowd gasps in appreciation, their nightmare from childhood stories, reduced to a shuffling, compliant pet. 7 feet of pure killing machine, domesticated for your pleasure, Saulo announces. I let my shoulders sag, my head hang. Inside, every muscle coils with suppressed violence. "Color changes. Red for rage, if you please." I could tear his throat out right now, but that would be quick, hollow. Tonight, I want them all, so I comply. Crimson fire blazes in my chest as the crowd cheers. "Blue, the color of fear!" I summon cool blue light, watching it reflect off their hungry faces. The irony cuts deep. Fear is exactly what I feel, not for myself, but for what I'm becoming. "Gold for hunger!" Golden fire replaces blue. I am hungry. For freedom. For revenge. Now let us see the beast hunt. Guards wheel in a cage containing a young day, silver fur matted with terror sweat. It knows what's coming. The cage opens. The creature bolts, seeking escape but finding only walls and leering faces. "Hunt," Saulo commands. And I do. Not because I must, but because the day's terror pales before my burning need for this charade to end. I stalk it with deliberate slowness, letting the audience savor every moment. I corner it near the fireplace. The creature looks up with eyes that hold too much understanding. It knows I could show mercy. It knows I choose not to. But mercy is a luxury I cannot afford tonight. I strike quickly, cleanly. The only kindness I can offer is a death free from suffering. Then I tear into the carcass with theatrical savagery, painting myself with blood while they cheer. Every bite is ash in my mouth. Every cheer is a knife in my pride. "Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the tamed god of war!" The applause is deafening. Coins are thrown at my feet like I'm a street performer. I stand motionless, calculating, waiting. The humiliation burns in my chest like molten steel, forging my rage into something pure and terrible. Soon they will learn the difference between a drugged beast and a Wyra who chooses to wait.
Chapter 19. Saulo. Perfection. I survey the ballroom with the satisfaction of a master craftsman admiring his finest work. Every detail has fallen into place exactly as I envisioned. The guests are flushed with wine and bloodlust, their appetites whetted by the evening's earlier entertainments. The beast performed flawlessly. Color changes, hunting display, the ritualistic feeding, all of it building to this moment. This is my stage, my theater, and I am the undisputed master of ceremonies. Lord Ardashir catches my eye from the high table and raises his goblet in salute. Several of the other nobles there seem somewhat subdued. Lady Morwen is blinking slowly. Lord Vexthar's words are slightly slurred, but that's to be expected after hours of celebration. Wine, excitement, and anticipation have a way of mellowing even the most refined palates. Magnificent work, Saulo, Lady Zarathi purrs as she glides past, her gown of braided human hair rustling like autumn leaves. The beast was even more responsive than last time. The conditioning improves with each performance, I reply with practiced modesty. Patience and precision are the keys to taming any wild thing. She laughs, a sound like silver bells dipped in poison. And what comes next? You've been promising something special. I allow myself a predatory smile. Indeed I have. The finest vintage requires the perfect moment to uncork. The beast stands motionless near the center of the ballroom, still painted with the blood of its recent kill. To the untrained eye, it appears docile, compliant, exactly as it should after consuming its regular dose of sedatives. But I know better. I can see the subtle signs of the drugs working through its system, the slightly slouched posture, the rhythmic breathing, the glassy quality to those burning orange eyes. 7 years I've spent perfecting this art. 7 years of careful dosing, behavioral conditioning, and psychological manipulation. What stands before these guests isn't just a captured Wera. It's a masterpiece of control, a god of war reduced to a performing animal that dances to my tune. And tonight, I will demonstrate the ultimate expression of that dominance. Ladies and gentlemen, I call out, my voice carrying effortlessly across the hall. Conversations die. All eyes turn to me. This is the moment I live for, the hushed anticipation, the barely contained excitement, the knowledge that I alone control what happens next. You have witnessed the beast hunt. You have seen it obey. You have watched it perform like a well-trained hound. I pause, letting the words sink in. But I know what you're truly thinking. Nervous laughter ripples through the gathering. They know where this is leading. I gesture toward the Wera, still motionless and compliant. 7 feet of pure predator. Muscle and sinew and barely contained violence. The stories speak of their appetites, their legendary virility, the savage passion that burns in their blood. The temperature in the room seems to rise. Fans flutter more rapidly. Goblets are emptied and quickly refilled. Would you like to see the monster in action? I ask, my voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that somehow carries to every corner. Would you like to witness what happens when a god of war claims its prize? The response is immediate and electric. Voices call out in approval. Feet stamp against stone. The bloodlust that's been building all evening finally finds its focus. "Show us!" someone shouts from the back. "Let the beast loose!" cries another. I raise my hands for silence, savoring every moment of this orchestrated crescendo. Very well. But remember, what you are about to witness is the ultimate expression of dominance, the final proof that even the wildest predator can be broken to serve our pleasure. The anticipation is intoxicating. I can taste it in the air like fine wine. These nobles, these connoisseurs of cruelty, are hanging on my every word. "Guards," I call out, "bring her out." The side doors burst open and my guards drag in their prize. Vicky is exactly as I ordered. Naked except for the vulgar hot pink G-string I selected specifically for this moment. The contrast is perfect, innocence corrupted, dignity stripped away, humanity reduced to its basest components. Her terror is visible in every trembling muscle, every panicked breath. The guests erupt in approval. "Damn!" they begin to chant, their voices creating a thunderous rhythm that echoes off the stone walls. Damn! The sound is primal, intoxicating. This is civilization stripped of its pretense, power distilled to its purest essence. They are witnessing something that will become legend among their circles. The night Saulo made a Wera perform like an animal in heat. I drink in their adoration, their awe, their desperate hunger for depravity. This is my moment of absolute triumph. Vicky struggles weakly against her bonds, but my guards hold her firm. Perfect. Her helplessness only adds to the spectacle. "Behold," I announce, gesturing grandly toward the scene, "fresh meat for our tamed god." The chanting reaches fever pitch. Goblets are raised. Coins shower the floor. Some guests are standing on chairs for better views, but something feels wrong. I glance at the Wera, expecting to see the familiar glazed compliance of sedation, the slow confusion that precedes its programmed response to such stimuli. Instead, I see something that makes my blood freeze. Its eyes are sharp, focused, alert. Those burning orange orbs aren't clouded with drugs. They're blazing with crystalline clarity and something else. Something that makes every survival instinct I possess scream in terror. Rage, pure, undiluted, apex predator rage. "No," I whisper, the word lost in the thunderous chanting. "No, that's impossible." But even as I speak, the Wera is moving. Not with the sluggish compliance I've conditioned it to display, but with the fluid, terrifying grace of a creature born to kill. It takes 3 steps toward the girl and my guards. Just 3 steps, but each one is perfectly balanced, perfectly controlled, perfectly deadly. The nearest guard doesn't even have time to scream. Claws, 7 inches of razored bone that can shred steel, tear through his throat in a motion so fast it seems like black lightning. Blood sprays in an arterial arc across the ballroom floor. The chanting stops. For one perfect crystalline moment, the hall is silent except for the wet sound of the guard's body hitting the stone. Then the screaming begins. The Wera doesn't pause, doesn't hesitate. It spins toward the second guard with inhuman speed. The man's sword is barely halfway from its sheath when claws punch through his chest, emerging from his back in a shower of gore and splintered ribs. "Kill it!" Lord Ardashir roars from the high table, but his words are slurred, sluggish. Something is wrong with the high table guests. They're moving too slowly, thinking too slowly. The Wera hurls the second guard's corpse into a group of fleeing nobles with casual, terrifying strength. Bodies tumble like bowling pins, bones snap, women scream, and then it truly begins to hunt. What happens next defies rational description. The creature moves through the ballroom like a force of nature given flesh, a hurricane of claws and teeth and unstoppable violence. It doesn't kill randomly or chaotically. It kills with purpose, with precision, with the systematic efficiency of a predator that has been planning this moment for months. Lord Vexthar draws his ceremonial blade, but his movements are dream-slow. The Wera takes his head off with a backhand swipe that sends it spinning across 3 tables. Lady Morwen tries to cast some defensive spell, but her hands shake too badly to complete the gestures. Claws open her from sternum to spine in one fluid motion. The creature is everywhere at once, leaping from table to table, moving faster than the eye can follow, turning the elegant ballroom into an abattoir. Blood paints the walls in abstract patterns. Screams echo off the vaulted ceiling. The air fills with the copper stench of death and the acrid smell of fear. I back toward the service entrance, my legs weak with terror. This isn't possible. The sedatives should have kept it docile for hours. The conditioning should have held. But as I watch the Wera tear through my guests like paper dolls, I finally understand the horrible truth. It was never sedated tonight. It's been playing with us, waiting, planning, and now it's collecting the debt we owe. I reach the door and slip through, my hands shaking so badly I can barely turn the handle. Behind me, the massacre continues. Nobles who moments ago were chanting for depravity now beg for mercy that will never come. The last thing I see before the door closes is the Wera standing in the midst of the carnage, its heartlight blazing gold with predatory satisfaction, surrounded by the shredded remains of what was once the most powerful gathering in the Outlander territories. My perfect evening, my masterpiece, my greatest mistake.
Chapter 20. Vicky. Consciousness returns in fragments. The taste of copper, the sound of screaming, the cold bite of stone against my bare skin. I'm lying on the ballroom floor, still wearing nothing but the humiliating hot pink G-string they forced on me. My head throbs where they struck me, and for a moment I can't understand what I'm seeing. Blood. So much blood. It paints the walls in abstract patterns, pools between the marble tiles, drips from the crystal chandeliers like crimson rain. The air is thick with the metallic stench of death and something else, something wild and predatory that makes my skin prickle. Then I see him. Tuscan moves through the chaos like a force of nature given flesh. This isn't the creature I've been feeding scraps of meat to for weeks. This isn't the captive beast performing tricks for cruel masters. This is a Wyra in all his terrible glory. He tears through the dark elf nobles with systematic precision, his claws opening throats and chests with surgical efficiency. There's no rage in his movements, just cold, methodical purpose. He's been planning this. Lady Zarathi, who admired his magnificence just minutes ago, now writhes on the floor, with her intestines spilling across her gown of human hair. Lord Vexthar's headless corpse sits upright in his chair, still clutching a goblet of wine. I should be horrified. I should be screaming, running, praying to any god who might listen. Instead, I find myself transfixed. A dark elf guard rushes Tuscan from behind, sword raised high. Without even turning, Tuscan's tail whips around and impales the man through the chest. The guard hangs there for a moment, suspended like a grotesque ornament, before Tuscan flicks his tail and sends the body crashing into the high table. My breath catches. These are the monsters who enslaved me, who dragged me naked before a room of sadists, who would have watched me be violated by a drugged beast for their entertainment. And now they're dying. Heat floods my core as I watch Tuscan corner a fleeing noble behind an overturned table. The elf, one who earlier threw coins at Tuscan's feet like he was a street performer, begs for mercy in a voice thick with terror. Tuscan doesn't grant it. My hand moves between my legs before I can stop it, fingers sliding beneath the thin fabric of the G-string. I'm wet. God help me. I'm soaking wet watching him slaughter my tormentors. This should repulse me. This should send me fleeing in terror. But all I can think about is the power in those clawed hands, the predatory grace of his movements, the absolute dominance he displays over creatures who thought themselves his masters. He's magnificent. A noble tries to escape through the main doors, but Tuscan is faster. He leaps across 3 tables in a single bound and lands on the elf's back with crushing force. The sound of splintering ribs echoes through the hall. I bite my lip to stifle a moan as my fingers work faster. The corruption is complete. I'm no longer the healer's daughter who ground herbs and hummed songs about the sun. I'm something else now, something darker, something that finds ecstasy in watching monsters die. Through the carnage, his burning orange eyes find mine. Time stops. The screaming fades. The world narrows to just the 2 of us, predator and prey, monster and accomplice, destroyer and corruption. He straightens slowly, blood dripping from his claws, and for a moment I think he might come to me. The fantasy blooms in my mind, him lifting me in those powerful arms, claiming me right here among the bodies of our enemies. But instead, he speaks a single word that cuts through the chaos. Run. I blink, confused. What? Get out, he commands, his voice carrying absolute authority even at a distance. We shall meet when my work is done. The dismissal hits me like a physical blow. After everything, the feeding, the connection, the shared looks, he's sending me away. But even as hurt floods through me, I understand. This isn't over. There are more enemies in this castle. More guards, more servants, more collaborators who need to pay for their crimes. And when his vengeance is complete, when every last one of them is dead, then he'll come for me. The promise in his eyes is unmistakable. This isn't goodbye. This is wait for me. I struggle to my feet on unsteady legs, my body still trembling from arousal and adrenaline. Around us the massacre continues. Tuscan has already turned back to his hunt, pursuing a group of nobles who are trying to barricade themselves in the wine cellar. I run. The castle is chaos. Servants flee in every direction, their faces masks of terror. Guards run toward the ballroom, then immediately run away when they hear what's happening inside. The sound of Tuscan's rampage echoes through the halls, crashing furniture, splintering wood, the wet sound of claws meeting flesh. I navigate the corridors in my bare feet, the stone floor so cold it burns. The humiliating G-string provides no warmth, no protection, but I don't care. Freedom is just ahead. I reach a service door that leads to the outer courtyards. My hands are shaking as I work the latch, so close now, so close to escape. The door opens and frigid mountain air hits my skin like a slap. Snow swirls in the darkness beyond, and somewhere in the distance I can hear the screaming wind of the Corzadern Ridge. But it's better than this place. Anything is better than this place. I step into the night, snow crunching under my feet. The cold is immediate and brutal, but I force myself forward. I need to get away from the castle, find shelter, wait for Tuscan to finish his work and come for me. The snowfall is getting heavier, and visibility drops to just a few feet. I stumble through the drifts, my body already going numb from the cold. Behind me, the castle is lit up like a beacon, every window blazing with torchlight as the inhabitants react to the slaughter within. I make it perhaps 50 yards into the undergrowth before I hear the footsteps behind me. I turn, expecting to see guards or fleeing servants. Instead, I see a lean figure emerging from the storm, his dark robes whipping in the wind. Saulo. His face is a mask of rage and humiliation. Blood stains his midnight blue silk. Not his blood, I realise. He escaped the massacre, but not unscathed. You, he snarls, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. You did this. You poisoned them. I try to run, but my legs are too numb, too weak. He's on me in seconds, his hand clamping over my mouth with bruising force. Did you really think I wouldn't figure it out? He hisses in my ear. The sluggish reactions, the delayed reflexes, you switch the meat. I struggle against his grip, but he's stronger than he looks. His other arm wraps around my waist, lifting me off the ground. Your monster thinks he's won, Saulo whispers as he drags me deeper into the snowy darkness. But the game isn't over, not by a long shot. You have a promise to keep.
Chapter 21. Tuscan. Silence. The grand ballroom is truly silent. No chanting, no cruel laughter, no screams of terror. Just the steady drip of blood from the crystal chandeliers and the whisper of settling ash from the overturned braziers. I stand among the carnage, my chest heaving, my claws still dripping crimson. 37 bodies lie scattered across the marble floor. Every guest, every guard, every servant who was foolish enough to remain in the hall when I began my work. But something else has changed. Behind me, the glass cage, my prison for so many months, begins to shimmer and warp. The perfectly smooth walls ripple like water, and hairline cracks appear along the joints. The dark magic that held it together, that made it unbreakable, is failing. Lord Ardashir lies dead at the high table, his throat opened in 3 precise cuts. His blood pools around the elaborate place setting, mixing with spilled wine until it's impossible to tell which is which. And with his death, the spells he wove are unraveling. I watch as one wall of the cage simply melts. The glass flows like honey, pooling on the stone floor in a spreading puddle that reflects the firelight. Years of captivity dissolving into nothing more than expensive slag. The irony isn't lost on me. I could have waited. The Lord's death alone would have eventually freed me. But I'm not sorry. Every one of these monsters deserved what they got. I turn away from the collapsing cage and focus on what matters now. Vicky. I rush through the castle corridors, following her scent trail. The building is nearly empty now. Most of the servants fled when the screaming started, and those who didn't are in no condition to stop me. Her path is easy to track. Fear has a distinctive smell, and hers is mixed with something else. Arousal, excitement, the complex chemical signature of someone whose emotions are at war with themselves. The trail leads to a service door that hangs open to the night. Beyond it, snow whips through the darkness in thick, blinding sheets. The Causadern Ridge is showing its teeth tonight, and the storm is only getting worse. I step outside and nearly stumble. Fresh air. When was the last time I breathed air that wasn't recycled through stone corridors and underground chambers? The cold hits my lungs like a physical blow, so clean and sharp it makes me dizzy. For a moment I just stand there, letting the snow fall on my skin, remembering what it feels like to be outside. But the moment passes quickly. Vicky is out here somewhere, in this storm, wearing nothing but that humiliating scrap of fabric they forced on her. I push forward into the snow, following her trail by scent and the faint depressions her bare feet left in the drifts. She made it farther than I expected. 50 yards, maybe 60, before what? The trail becomes confused here, overlapped with another set of prints. Larger, male, moving with purpose rather than panic. My blood turns to ice. Salo. I hear her before I see her. A muffled sound cuts through the howling wind. Pain, fear, desperation. It's barely human, but I know her voice like I know my own heartbeat. I surge forward through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my skin, snow blinding me. The sounds are coming from just ahead, past a stand of frost-covered pines. Then I see them. The storm howls like the mountain itself is screaming. I burst through the frozen pines and the world narrows to a single, blood-red point. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I hold her close and carry her into the night, the mountain wind screaming around us. Any comfort now will be of my creation.
Chapter 22. Vicky. I drift back to consciousness like surfacing from drowning. Cold. Everything is cold. My body, the air, the ground beneath me. But there's warmth too, something solid and gentle wrapped around me, holding me against a chest that pulses with soft orange light. Tuscan. The memory crashes back. Saulo's hands, the snow, the helplessness. I try to pull away, panic flaring in my chest, but Tuscan's arms don't tighten. They loosen immediately, giving me space while still supporting my weight. Easy. His voice rumbles, careful and low. You're safe. I have you. I'm wrapped in his cloak, massive, dark fabric that still holds his scent. Underneath I'm wearing nothing. The humiliating pink G-string is gone, thank the gods. My skin is mottled with bruises, scratches from branches, the blue-black of hypothermia around my fingers and toes. Where? My voice cracks, barely a whisper. Old Hunter's shelter. He gestures toward walls of rough stone, a low roof that keeps out the wind. Safe. My hands shake as I pull the cloak tighter. The fabric is warm from his body heat, soft against my damaged skin. I need to check your wounds, he says, but he doesn't move, doesn't reach for me. May I? The question catches me off guard. After months of being ordered, commanded, forced, someone is asking permission to touch me. I nod, not trusting my voice. His claws, the same claws that tore Saulo apart, trace over my injuries with impossible gentleness. Clinical, careful, like I'm made of glass and might shatter. Hypothermia, he murmurs, checking my fingertips. Exhaustion. These cuts need cleaning. His touch stops at a bruise on my wrist, shaped like fingers. But you'll heal. The simple certainty in his voice makes something inside me crack. I will heal. Not might, not if I'm lucky. Will. I believe him. Tuscan moves around our makeshift shelter with the grace of something built for killing, but every action is measured, careful. Never too close, never sudden movements, always in my line of sight. He's afraid of frightening me. The realization should be absurd. A 7-foot monster of bone and claw afraid of scaring a human woman. But I see it in how he holds himself, the way he telegraphs every movement. He's giving me space to breathe, space to heal. He's been hunting. There's fresh meat by the fire he's built, cooked through and seasoned with herbs I recognize from my father's work. The smell makes my stomach clench with hunger I'd forgotten I felt. You need to eat, he says, cutting portions with careful precision. Your body is healing. He holds out the food on a flat piece of bark, steam rising from the meat. When I reach for it, our fingers brush. I flinch. Tuscan pulls back instantly. I'm sorry, I whisper, hating myself for the reaction. I didn't mean... You have nothing to apologize for. His voice is firm but gentle. Take your time. Take as long as you need. I force myself to accept the food, to eat slowly while he sits across the fire. The distance feels deliberate, close enough to help if I need it, far enough not to crowd me. The meat is perfect, tender and warm and rich with flavour. I'd forgotten food could taste like something other than survival. Thank you, I say around a mouthful. He nods, then busies himself with other tasks. Tending the fire, checking our defences. Small domestic things that feel surreal after everything we've been through. When exhaustion finally claims me, I curl up near the fire wrapped in his cloak. The fabric smells like him, musk and danger, and something uniquely Wira that used to terrify me. Now it feels like safety. I wake screaming. The nightmare fragments, Saulo's hands, the cold, helplessness, scatter as Tuscan's voice cuts through the panic. Vicky, look at me! You're safe! He's kneeling just outside arm's reach, hands visible, heart light pulsing steady amber. Real, present, not the monster from my dreams. My breathing gradually slows. The terror recedes. Better? He asks. I nod, though my hands are still shaking. The dreams will fade, he promises. They always do, given time. Something in his voice tells me he speaks from experience. Morning light filters through gaps in the shelter's stone walls, casting everything in soft gold. I wake to find Tuscan sitting by the entrance, perfectly still, watching the forest beyond. Standing guard. He's been awake all night, protecting me while I slept. You didn't have to, I start. Yes, I did. He doesn't turn around. It's what you do for someone you... He stops. It's what you do. Someone you what? Love, care about, can't bear to lose. I want to ask, but the words stick in my throat. Instead, I watch him in the morning light, the sharp angles of his skull, the way shadows play across his bones, the steady pulse of light in his chest that never stops, never wavers. He's beautiful. The thought comes unbidden, but it's true. Not in any human way, but in the way storms are beautiful, powerful, dangerous, perfect for what they are. I should have killed him slower, he says, voice cold as winter wind. The admission should frighten me. This is what he is, a creature built for violence, for taking apart things that threaten what he protects. Instead, I feel something ease in my chest. He's angry for me, protective of me. The rage isn't directed at my weakness or my inability to fight back. It's directed at the one who hurt me. He's dead, I say. That's enough. Is it? Tuscan's empty sockets fix on me. Is it enough for you? The question hangs between us. Is it enough? Will his death heal what was broken? Will it give me back what was taken? It has to be, I say, because he can't be more dead than dead. Something that might be a smile touches the edges of Tuscan's jaw. True enough. We sit in comfortable silence after that. The confession made, the wound opened and cleaned, not healed, that will take time, but no longer festering in darkness. Finally, I feel like I can breathe properly. I want to touch you, I say that evening as we sit near the fire. Tuscan goes very still. Are you certain? I need to know I can, that I can choose to. I look at him across the flames. But I need to be in control, completely. He nods immediately. Whatever you need. I cross the small space between us slowly, watching his reaction. He doesn't move, doesn't reach for me. Just sits perfectly still and lets me come to him. My hand finds his chest first, palm flat against the bone where his heart-like pulses. The rhythm is steady, reassuring, real. You're warm, I murmur, surprised. Always. The light generates heat. His voice is carefully neutral. Are you all right? More than all right. This is my choice, my decision. My hand on his chest, my fingers tracing the smooth bone of his ribs, my exploration of this impossible anatomy that fascinated me from the beginning. Tuscan's chest rises and falls beneath my hand, not breathing exactly, but something like it. I love you, he says. I love you too, I whisper. His heartlight flares brighter, cycling through amber to gold to something almost white. Joy, relief, hope. I lean against his chest, listening to the thrum of whatever passes for his pulse. His arms come around me carefully, loosely, ready to release me if I need space. But I don't need space. I need this. Need him. Need to know that what was broken can be repaired, that what was stolen can be reclaimed. Not tonight, not yet, but someday. For now, this is enough. His warmth, his protection, his love freely given and freely returned. We settle by the fire, holding each other carefully, two broken things learning to heal together. Outside, snow falls softly against the shelter walls, but inside we are warm.
Chapter 23. Tuscan. Every shadow beyond our shelter could hide a threat. Every sound in the forest might be enemies approaching. Every breath of wind carries scents I need to analyze, categorize, assess for danger. Vicky sleeps fitfully beside the fire, wrapped in my cloak, her face finally peaceful after another nightmare-broken night. 3 days since I killed Saulo. 3 days of watching her flinch from shadows, start at sudden sounds, curl into herself whenever memories surface unbidden. 3 days of my rage burning cold and steady in my chest. I should be hunting the ones who enabled this. Should be tracking down every guard who watched, every servant who knew, every collaborator who allowed that monster to touch her. My claws extend involuntarily at the thought, scoring marks in the stone floor. But I can't leave her. Won't leave her. Not when she still whispers my name in her sleep like a prayer against the dark. So I patrol the perimeter instead. Circle our temporary sanctuary again and again, marking territory with scent and claw marks that declare this space mine. Protected. Defended unto death. My Wyra instincts scream at me to claim her properly. To mark her with my scent until every creature for miles knows she belongs to me. To possess her so completely that no one could ever touch her again. I bury those instincts deep. She needs healing, not claiming. Needs safety, not possession. Needs to choose her own pace, her own boundaries, her own path back to wholeness. So I become her shield instead of her master, her protector instead of her captor. When I return to the shelter, she's stirring by the fire. Her eyes find mine immediately, and something in her posture relaxes. She's learning to associate my presence with safety rather than threat. "Any signs of pursuit?" she asks. None. I settle across the fire from her, maintaining careful distance. We're alone out here. For now. But I know it won't last. The castle massacre will draw attention eventually. Investigators, survivors seeking revenge, the ideology that hunts bonded pairs. We'll need to move soon. But not until she's stronger. Not until she's ready. I bring her small gifts when I hunt. Not the trophies a male typically offers his mate, severed heads or torn hearts or other tokens of violence. Instead, I find things that make her smile. A cluster of winter berries, bright red against the snow. A piece of quartz that catches firelight like trapped stars. A feather from some mountain bird, iridescent blue-green that shifts color when she turns it in her hands. You don't have to, she starts when I offer her the feather. I know. I settle it carefully on the ground between us, not forcing contact. I want to. She examines the feather with the same focused attention she once gave my anatomy. Scientific curiosity returning gradually, replacing the numbed withdrawal of trauma. Her fingers trace the barbs, testing their structure. Mountain Jay, she murmurs. They're supposed to be good luck. Then keep it. She does, tucking it carefully into her hair. The color brings out the green in her eyes, makes them bright again for the very first time since the attack. I tell her stories while she eats, not the dark tales of my species. Those can wait until she's stronger. Instead, I share memories from before the cage, before the training, before I learned that monsters could be made as well as born. There were others like me once, I say, watching her face in the firelight. A whole community in the deep forests. We built homes in the trees, hunted together, shared knowledge. What happened to them? The same thing that happens to all communities eventually. Conflict, division. Some wanted to engage with human settlements, others wanted isolation. I pause. The ideology found fertile ground in that division. She's listening carefully, I realize. Not just to distract herself from her own trauma, but genuinely interested in my history, in the person I was before captivity stripped away everything soft. Do you miss it? Community? The question catches me off guard. Do I miss it? Or have 7 years of isolation taught me to prefer solitude? I miss the choice, I say finally. Miss knowing I could seek others if I wanted. Miss belonging somewhere. You belong with me. The words are quiet, matter-of-fact, but they hit like a physical blow. She says it with such simple certainty, as if it's an established fact rather than a hope I barely dare voice. Do I? Always. She looks up from the feather in her hands. For as long as you want to. I want to cross the fire. Want to pull her against my chest and feel her heartbeat steady and real. Want to claim this belonging she offers so freely. Instead, I stay where I am and let her words be enough. For now. I want to touch you again, Vicky says. We've been sitting in comfortable silence, watching snow fall beyond the shelter entrance. She's been more herself today, asking questions about our surroundings, helping prepare food, even laughing at one of my clumsy attempts to describe human customs. But this is the first time she's initiated physical contact since that night by the fire. Are you certain? I ask. I need to know I still can. That I still want to. She sets down the small pile of berries she's been sorting. That he didn't. Take that from me too. The rage flares again, cold and controlled but deadly. Saulo is beyond my reach now, but the damage he did lives on in her hesitation, her need to reclaim what should never have been threatened. Whatever you need, I tell her. She crosses the small space between us slowly, watching my reaction. I don't move. Don't reach for her. Just let her come at her own pace, make her own choices. Her hand finds my chest first, palm flat against the bone where my heartlight pulses. The rhythm is steady, reassuring. She traces the edges of my ribs, exploring the strange architecture of my body with returning curiosity. You're different when you're not performing tricks, she murmurs. Different how? Calmer, more yourself. Her fingers follow the line of my collarbone, mapping territory she's claimed before. In the cage, you were always performing, even for me. She's right. Even during our quiet moments, part of me was always aware of the watchers beyond the glass, always calculating how much humanity I could show without triggering punishment. Here, there are no watchers, no expectations, no roles to play except the one I choose. This is who I am, I tell her, without the cage, without the training, without the fear. I like him. She looks up at me, green eyes bright with something that might be affection, might be more. I like who you are when you're free. Her exploration becomes bolder, hands mapping the lines of my frame, fingers testing the texture of bone, palm pressed against the warm glow of my heartlight, clinical curiosity melding with something deeper, more personal. Does this hurt? She asks, touching a ridge where bone thickened after an old break. No, nothing you do could hurt me. It's true, but not in the way she means. Physical pain is manageable, temporary. What she could do to me, what she has done to me, goes far deeper than flesh or bone. She could destroy me with rejection, could unmake me with indifference, could kill me with loss more surely than any weapon. But she won't. I see it in her eyes, feel it in her touch. Whatever bond formed between us in that cage has survived everything. Captivity, rescue, trauma, healing, love, maybe. The word I'm still afraid to voice aloud. Tell me what you want, Vicky says. We've been touching for an hour now, her hands exploring my anatomy while I remain perfectly still. Patient, letting her set every boundary, make every choice. But now she's asking what I want, what I need, making this about both of us instead of just her healing. I want whatever you're willing to give, I tell her honestly. Nothing more, nothing less. That's not an answer. She's right. It's deflection, placing her needs above mine to the point of denying my own exist. I want to hold you, I admit. Want to feel you warm and safe against me. Want to know that you're real, that this isn't another dream I'll wake from. She considers this, head tilted like she's solving a complex problem. Then she shifts position, settling against my side with her head on my chest. My arms come around her carefully, loosely, ready to release if she changes her mind. She doesn't. Instead, she relaxes into the embrace, letting my warmth surround her. Better? She asks. Perfect. We sit like that as the fire burns low and snow continues falling outside. Not lovers yet. That will take time, healing, careful rebuilding of trust. But something more than we were. Something deeper than survivor and protector. Partners, maybe. Two broken things learning to be whole together. When we leave here, she says against my chest, where will we go? Anywhere you want. That's not an answer either. She's calling me on deflection again, demanding that I have wants, preferences, agency beyond her comfort. Somewhere remote, I say, defensible, away from settlements that might remember the castle massacre. I pause, but with good soil for a garden if you want one. Near fresh water, with trees for shade and stone for building. You want to build something permanent? With you. Yes. She's quiet for a long time, thinking. Then, I'd like that. A real home. Our home. Our home. The phrase settles into my chest like warmth, like promise, like the first real hope I've allowed myself since escape. We'll find somewhere, I promise. Somewhere safe. Somewhere we can just be. No more cages. No more cages, I agree. For either of us. She falls asleep in my arms as the fire burns down to embers. I don't move, don't risk waking her. Just hold her carefully while she finds peace in unconsciousness, her breathing steady and untroubled since the attack. Tomorrow we'll need to start planning our departure. Need to find supplies, chart a course, prepare for the journey ahead. But tonight, this is enough. Her trust, her warmth, her presence freely given instead of taken by force. Tonight, we're both exactly where we choose to be.
this huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 24. Vicky. I wake to the sound of Tuscan's steady breathing, not true breathing, but the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest that mimics life. His arms are still around me from last night, loose enough that I could slip away if I wanted. I don't want to. I wake without the immediate crash of memory, the instant flood of panic that's defined my mornings. Instead, there's warmth, safety, the solid reality of someone who chose to protect rather than possess. Tuscan's heart light pulses soft amber in the pre-dawn darkness, steady as a heartbeat. I watch it for a moment, hypnotized by the rhythm, before a different kind of awareness settles in my body. Desire. Not the desperate, grasping need that drove our early encounters. Something deeper, more certain. The desire to reclaim what's mine, my choices, my body, my right to feel pleasure without fear. I shift slightly, testing my own reactions. No panic, no flashbacks, just the warm press of his chest against my cheek, and the growing certainty that I'm ready to be more than just a survivor. I'm ready to be myself again. Tuscan, I whisper. His arms tighten slightly, protective instinct even in sleep. Then his head lifts, instantly alert. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I push up on my elbow to look at him properly. I want to kiss you. He goes very still. Are you certain? Instead of answering with words, I lean down and press my lips to his jaw. The bone is smooth, warm from the light in his chest. He tastes like winter air and something uniquely him that I'd forgotten I craved. His reaction is carefully controlled, a soft sound that might be relief, might be prayer. His hands remain loose at my back, letting me lead completely. I need this to be my choice, I say against his jaw. My pace, my decisions. Always. The word is absolute, certain. A promise he's kept since the moment he pulled me from that snow, and one I know he'll keep now. So I kiss him properly. Mouth to mouth, soft and exploratory, relearning the strange geometry of loving a monster. He responds with careful restraint, letting me deepen the contact when I'm ready, following my lead. When I finally pull back, his heart light has brightened to warm gold. Joy, hope, love freely offered. Good morning, I murmur. The best morning, he agrees. We sit by the fire as I prepare our breakfast, moving around each other in the easy rhythm we've developed over the past few days. Tuscan tends the flames while I sort through our remaining supplies, planning our next meal from what little we have left. We need to leave soon, I say, not as question but acknowledgement of reality. Supplies are running low, and staying in one place too long is dangerous. Yes, but only when you're ready. I set down the handful of dried meat I've been examining and look at him directly. I need you to stop doing that. Doing what? Treating me like I'm made of glass, like I'm too fragile to handle decisions about our survival. I keep my voice gentle but firm. I was attacked, Tuscan, traumatized, but I'm not broken. He's quiet for a moment, and I can see him processing the distinction. You're right, he says finally. I've been so focused on protecting you that I've been protecting you from agency itself. I appreciate the care, more than you know, but I need to be a partner, not a patient. I reach across the space between us to touch his hand. We're equals in this, in everything. Even when my instincts scream to wrap you in armor and hide you away from anything that might hurt you. Especially then. I smile, squeezing his fingers, because my instincts are screaming to prove I'm still capable, still strong, still the woman who chose to love a monster in a cage. His heart light flickers through several colors: pride, concern, acceptance, love. Where do you want to go? He asks, and this time it's a real question, not deflection. Somewhere we can build that home you mentioned, somewhere defensible but not isolated. I've been thinking about this. I'm a healer, Tuscan. That's who I am. I need to be able to help people, even if it's just travelers passing through. That's dangerous. It creates contact exposure. Everything's dangerous now. I echo his own words back to him. But isolation means stagnation. I need purpose beyond just survival. He considers this seriously, weighing my needs against the security risks. There are settlements in the eastern valleys, he says slowly. Small communities that value healers, remote enough for safety, populated enough for purpose. And far enough from the castle massacre that our story won't follow us. Far enough. I nod, decision made. Then that's where we go, together, as partners making choices about our shared future. Partners, he agrees, in everything. I want to make love with you, I say that evening as we prepare for what will be our last night in the shelter. Tuscan's hands still on the pack he's been organising. Vicky. Not because I think I should, not to prove anything to myself or anyone else. I move closer, letting my intention be clear. Because I want you, because I love you, because I'm ready to reclaim that part of myself. And if you change your mind, if memories surface, if panic, then we stop. I place my hands on his chest, feeling the warm pulse of his heart light. But I won't know what I can handle unless I try, and I trust you to follow my lead. His claws trace my face with impossible gentleness. What do you need? Let me touch you first. Let me relearn your body on my terms. I begin unlacing my tunic, watching his reaction. Let me prove to myself that intimacy can be about choice instead of force.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I'm still here, I whisper against his bones. Still yours, still me. Always, he answers, pressing the word into my skin like a brand. The fire settles into embers. Outside, the wind gentles for the first time in days. Tomorrow we leave this shelter and walk east toward whatever life waits. Tonight, I fall asleep full of him, safe in the circle of his arms.
Chapter 25, Tuscan. The pull hits me while I'm hunting, 3 days into our journey east. It starts as a whisper at the edge of consciousness, something that shouldn't be there, like hearing your name called in an empty forest. My claws extend involuntarily, every territorial instinct screaming danger before my rational mind can process what I'm sensing. Other Wera. Not one, but multiple signatures bleeding through the echo network. Close. Too close. In what should be empty territory between settlements. I abandoned the day I was tracking and circled back toward our camp, moving fast but silent. My heart light dims to barely a glow, natural camouflage against discovery. Every step of the way, my nerves scream retreat, flee, get Vicky away from potential threats. But something stops me from immediate flight. The signatures I'm sensing, they're wrong. Not the cold certainty of ideology converts, not the predatory hunger of wild Wyra seeking easy prey. They feel bonded, mated, like me. The realization hits like a physical blow. Other pairs, other impossible combinations of monster and human existing in secret, just as Vicky wondered about. I should be relieved, should feel some kind of kinship or recognition. Instead, I feel only territorial rage. This is our escape route, our safe passage to a new life. What right do others have to be here first? I reach our camp to find Vicky organizing supplies by the small fire, humming under her breath. The domestic scene, so normal, so peaceful, clashes violently with the territorial tension clawing at my mind. "Any luck with the hunt?" she asks, looking up with a smile. "We need to move. Now." The smile fades. What's wrong? How do I explain this? How do I tell her that everything I am rebels against the presence of other territorial males? That my instincts are screaming to fight or flee, with no middle ground for rational cooperation? Others, I say finally. Like us. Two distinct signatures through the echo network. Her eyes brighten immediately. Other pairs, other humans who... Other territorial males in proximity to my mate, I correct, letting her hear the edge in my voice. Other apex predators in what should be neutral ground. Tuscan. Pack. Now. I'm already moving, breaking down our camp with efficient desperation. We change routes. Go north instead of east. Circle around whatever territory they've claimed. She doesn't move to help, just watches me with growing understanding. You're afraid of them. The words hit like an accusation. Afraid. As if terror of territorial violation is cowardice rather than simple biological reality. I'm being practical, I snap, stuffing supplies into packs with unnecessary force. Multiple males in proximity leads to violence. Always. It's what we are. Or it leads to alliance, safety in numbers. It leads to death, Vicky. Mine, theirs, or both. We should approach them. Vicky's words hang in the air like smoke from a poisoned fire. She's unpacked the supplies I'd hastily gathered, rebuilt the fire I'd scattered, and now sits across from me with the calm certainty of someone who's never experienced territorial combat. Absolutely not. Think about it rationally. I am thinking rationally. My voice carries more snarl than intended. Rationally means recognizing that our solitary predators, that we compete for resources, territory mates, that proximity leads to violence. But they're bonded, like us. That changes things, doesn't it? She's so naive, so beautifully, dangerously naive about what I really am beneath the careful control I maintain around her. Bonding doesn't eliminate territorial instinct. If anything, it makes us more dangerous. I lean forward, letting her see the predator behind my restraint. A mated male will kill anything that threatens his mate's safety, including other mated males who might compete for resources. She considers this seriously, head tilted in the analytical way that means she's problem-solving rather than accepting my judgment. But we're all being hunted, aren't we? By the ideology you mentioned, by humans who fear what we represent. Her voice grows more confident as she builds her argument. Separately, we're all vulnerable. Together we're a concentration of targets, easier to find, easier to eliminate. My claws score marks in the earth between us. And even if external threats didn't exist, internal conflict is inevitable. 3 territorial males, limited resources, competing claims to hunting grounds. 3 human women who could be sisters. The words stop my argument cold. Sisters. The concept is alien to Wera understanding, but I've observed enough human behavior to recognize the appeal. You want companionship, I say slowly. I want to not be alone in this impossible thing we're doing. Her green eyes meet mine across the fire. I want to know there are others like me, others who chose love over sanity. The longing in her voice cuts deeper than claws. She needs this in a way I can't provide, the connection of shared experience, the validation of choice, the sisterhood of beings who've transcended normal human existence. It's dangerous, I say, but the fight has gone out of my voice. Everything we do is dangerous. She uses my own words against me, but some risks are worth taking. I want to argue further. Want to make her understand that territorial proximity will drive me to violence, no matter how rational I try to be. Want to explain that loving her doesn't eliminate what I am at the most fundamental level. Instead, I find myself asking, what exactly do you need from me? Reconnaissance, careful approach, assessment of whether they're allies or threats. She leans forward, matching my earlier posture. If they prove dangerous, we leave immediately. If they prove safe, we attempt contact. It's not agreement, not yet, but it's not refusal either. You do this for me, even though every instinct you have says it's wrong? I look at her across the fire. This impossible woman who chose to love a monster, who sees potential friends where I see potential enemies, who needs connection in ways my species simply doesn't understand. I'd do anything for you, I say quietly. Even things that terrify me. The echo connection comes easier than I expected. I've avoided the network since my escape, wanting nothing to do with the shared consciousness that could betray my location to enemies. But now I reach out tentatively, following the signatures I sensed earlier. Contact comes immediately. Who approaches our territory? The mental voice is cold, controlled, absolutely territorial. I recognize the resonance immediately. Another mature male, powerful, protective of something precious. A traveler seeking safe passage, I respond carefully. No challenge intended to established claims. You're bonded. It's not a question. He can sense Vicky's influence on me through the connection, the way my thoughts have been shaped by human love. As are you. A pause. Then, two of us, both mated, both being hunted. The admission surprises me. I'd expected territorial challenges, dominance displays, the usual male posturing that precedes violence. Instead, there's something like pragmatism. Hunted by whom? I ask. Ideology spreaders. The ones who believe bonding makes us weak. His mental voice carries grim certainty. They've been systematic, targeting pairs across 3 provinces. Ice settles in my chest. They've been systematic. Not random attacks, not isolated incidents, organized hunting of specific targets. How many have they taken? Unknown. But we've encountered signs, destroyed nests, blood trails, evidence of coordinated strikes. The connection wavers slightly, emotional interference. We lost friends, recently. The word friends stops me cold. Where I don't have friends, we have territory, prey, and threats. The concept of voluntary association beyond mating is alien to our nature. But this one speaks of loss as if it mattered beyond resource calculation. You maintained contact with other bonded pairs? Loose alliance, information sharing, mutual warning systems. A pause. Survival strategy. Not friendship. Not community. Practical cooperation born of necessity rather than social instinct. That I can understand. Your mate? I probe carefully. She accepts this? Alliance with others? She encourages it. Something like wry amusement bleeds through the connection. Human social needs. They require community in ways we don't. Yes, exactly. Vicky's need for sisterhood, for connection with others who've made impossible choices. It's not weakness. It's human nature. As fundamental to her as territory is to me. We should meet, I send reluctantly. Assess whether formal alliance serves mutual interests. Agreed. But carefully. Neutral ground. Establish protocols. You've done this before, often enough to know how to prevent violence between territorial males. The connection fades, leaving me strangely unsettled, not just by the prospect of proximity to other males, though that still makes my claws itch with anxiety, but by the implication that this has become common, that enough bonded pairs exist to require developed protocols for interaction that were not as unique as I'd believed. They agreed to meet, I tell Vicky that evening. She looks up from the travel ration she's been preparing, eyes bright with excitement. When? Where? How many? 2 pairs, both being hunted by the same evil, an evil that could come for us. I settle beside our fire, choosing words carefully. They've lost allies recently to coordinated attacks. The excitement in her expression dims. How many allies? Unknown, but enough that they've developed protocols for safe meetings between territorial males. The admission tastes bitter. This isn't casual socializing, Vicky. It's strategic cooperation born of desperation. She nods slowly, processing the distinction. But cooperation nonetheless. Cooperation, yes, with established boundaries, careful distance, recognition that we're managing dangerous instincts for mutual benefit. I understand. She reaches across the space between us to touch my hand. This is hard for you, fundamentally against your nature. Relief floods through me at her recognition. Every instinct I possess says this is wrong, dangerous, likely to end in violence despite best intentions. But you're doing it anyway. I'm doing it because you need it, because human women require connections I can't provide. I turn my hand to clasp hers. Because the alternative, watching you slowly isolate until the loneliness damages you, is worse than territorial stress. She's quiet for a moment, studying our joined hands. What if it works? She asks finally. What if we can build something stable, safe? I want to tell her it's impossible, that Wyra nature makes lasting cooperation unlikely, that territorial tensions will inevitably explode into violence. Instead, I find myself considering the possibility. 3 pairs working together, shared resources, shared protection, shared information about threats. The mathematical advantage is undeniable, even if the social dynamics terrify me. If it works, I say carefully, it might be the difference between survival and death. And if it doesn't, then we run, far and fast, and never attempt alliance again. She nods, accepting the terms. When do we meet them? 3 days. Neutral ground, they suggested. Abandoned watchtower, 2 valleys north. I meet her eyes. Are you certain you want this? Once we make contact, there's no undoing it. I'm certain. No hesitation. No doubt. I need to know there are others like me, Tuscan. I need to know we're not alone in this impossible thing. I squeeze her hand gently. Then we'll find out together. Even as I say it, territorial dread claws at my mind. 3 days until I voluntarily expose myself to the proximity of rival males. 3 days until I risk everything for Vicky's need for human connection. 3 days until I discover whether love is stronger than nature, or whether some instincts are simply too fundamental to overcome.
Chapter 26. Vicky. I'm going to find water, I tell Tuscan as we make camp in the valley below the abandoned watchtower. Tomorrow is the meeting. Tomorrow I'll discover whether there really are others like me. Women who chose love over sanity, who saw monsters and found beauty instead of terror. Tonight, I need to prepare, to wash away the dust of travel and the lingering scent of fear that's clung to me since we decided on this alliance. Stay close, Tuscan says without looking up from the defensive perimeter he's establishing. He's been increasingly agitated as we've approached the meeting point, every territorial instinct screaming warnings about proximity to other males. I'll be fine, just following the stream sound. He nods, but I see his claws flex involuntarily. Part of him wants to forbid this, to keep me within arm's reach until we know whether these others pose threats. But he's learned to trust my judgment about my own capabilities. I follow the sound of running water through dense forest that hasn't seen human habitation in years. Ancient oaks tower overhead, their branches creating a cathedral of green shadow that filters the afternoon light into dancing patterns on the forest floor. The stream grows louder as I walk, and with it comes something unexpected. The faint sound of voices. Female voices, speaking in tones too low to make out words, but carrying the unmistakable cadence of casual conversation. My heart begins to race. Not with fear, but with anticipation. Others. There are actually others. I approach the sound carefully, moving between trees with the stealth Tuscan has been teaching me. Not because I expect danger, but because I want to observe first, to understand what I'm walking into before I reveal myself. The voices grow clearer as I near what sounds like a natural pool. I catch fragments now, laughter, the splash of water, comfortable chatter that speaks of familiarity and trust. Through a gap in the undergrowth, I see them. 2 women, both naked, both clearly comfortable in their shared nudity. One with dark hair that falls in waves past her shoulders, the other blonde and petite. They're bathing in a natural pool formed by the stream, speaking in the easy way of long friendship. My breath catches. They're beautiful, but more than that, they're at peace. Relaxed in a way I haven't seen women be since before my father died. Since before the world became a place of constant vigilance and careful survival. They're what I could become. What I could be if the alliance works. Sisters. I must make some sound, a shifted branch, a caught breath, because both women freeze mid-conversation and turn toward my hiding spot with identical expressions of alert caution. We stare at each other through the undergrowth for a heartbeat that stretches into eternity. 3 women, all naked, all caught in a moment of mutual discovery. Then the dark-haired one speaks. "You might as well come out," she says calmly. "We've all seen each other now." I step through the bushes slowly, hands visible, making no sudden movements, the instincts of someone accustomed to dealing with dangerous situations. They're both watching me carefully, but not with fear, with curiosity. Assessment. The look of people trying to determine if I'm threat or ally. "I'm Vicky," I say, when the silence stretches too long. "Elira." The dark-haired woman gestures to herself, then to her companion. "This is Lissa." The names mean nothing to me, but their calm acceptance does. They're not scrambling for weapons or shouting for help. They're just waiting, letting me prove what I am. "You're here for the meeting tomorrow," Lisa says. It's not a question. "Yes, with my..." I pause, unsure how to explain Tuscan. "Mate, partner, love." "With my Waira." Something shifts in both their expressions at the word. Recognition, relief, instant understanding. "Bonded?" Elira asks. "Yes." The single word transforms everything. The caution in their postures melts away, replaced by something like welcome, like coming home. "Then you know," Lissa says softly. "You know what it's like." I do know, the impossible love, the choice that makes no rational sense, the daily reality of building a life with something the world would call monster. "I know," I confirm. Elira smiles, the first genuine warmth I've seen from another woman in longer than I can remember. "Well then," she says, settling back into the water. "You might as well join us." The water is shockingly cold at first, but it feels like baptism, like washing away everything I was before and emerging as something new. We float in comfortable silence for several minutes, each processing this moment of connection. Then Lissa speaks. "How long?" she asks. "Almost 8 months since I first saw him. 6 months since we..." I pause, searching for words. since we chose each other. He was captive too. Elira's voice carries knowing sympathy. 7 years in a glass cage, used for entertainment. The anger that still burns in me when I think about it bleeds through my words. They called him their monster. They're all captives, aren't they? Lissa says quietly. All of them broken in different ways before we found them. Or they found us, Elira adds. I look between them, these women who understand what no one else could. Tell me your stories. So they do. Elira speaks of escape from dark elf slavers, of Carith hunting her through forest before choosing to save rather than consume. Lissa tells of seeking her lost mother's voice in haunted woods, of Thorin using that voice to lure her before connection replaced predation. Different circumstances, different beginnings, but the same impossible choice at the centre of each story. People would call us mad, I say. People would call us dead if they knew what we'd chosen, Elira corrects. Mad is the kind option. We laugh at that, dark humour born of shared understanding. The laughter feels like medicine, like something essential I'd been missing without knowing it. Do you ever regret it? Lissa asks. The choice. I consider this seriously. The pain, the fear, the isolation, the constant vigilance, the knowledge that the world would destroy us if it could. Never, I say. Not for a moment. Good answer, Elira says with approval. As we talk, something deeper than conversation develops. Recognition, but more than that, kinship. The understanding that we three have crossed a line most humans never even see, let alone approach. We've chosen love that transforms us. Love that makes us more indifferent than we were before. We've chosen to become something new. The conversation grows more intimate as evening approaches. Not just stories, but feelings, fears, the daily realities of loving monsters. Do you ever miss being normal? I ask. Normal? Lissa laughs, but not unkindly. What's normal about the life I had before? Invisible, alone, waiting for nothing. I was a slave, Elira points out. Destined for markets that specialise in pain. Normal would have been a short, brutal life ending in early death. I think about my own before, grinding herbs alone while my father sickened, watching him die by degrees while I could do nothing to save him. The empty future that stretched ahead with no purpose beyond mere survival. You're right, I say. Normal was never really an option for any of us. But this isn't just choosing abnormal, Elira says thoughtfully. This is choosing evolution, becoming something more than human. Becoming something more than monster too, Lissa adds. They've changed as much as we have. It's true. Tuscan isn't the creature he was in that cage. The love we've built has transformed him as much as it has me, made him gentler without making him weak, given him purpose beyond survival. Will it work? I ask quietly. The alliance? Can 3 territorial males actually cooperate? Probably not, Elira says honestly, but 3 women absolutely can, and if we're strong enough, smart enough, we can make it work despite them. They'll tolerate each other because we need them to, Lissa agrees, not because they want to. The understanding that settles between us is profound. We'll be the architects of this alliance, the planners, the negotiators, the ones who make impossible cooperation possible. Territory boundaries, I say, thinking practically. Hunting schedules, resource allocation, we'll have to manage everything. Gladly, Elira says, if it means we get to keep this, the sisterhood we've discovered in a single afternoon, the connection that makes us stronger than the sum of our parts. As the sun begins to set, we reluctantly leave the water and dress. But the bond forged here won't dissolve with evening. This is permanent. Family of choice. Tomorrow, Lissa says as we prepare to return to our separate camps. After the males have their territorial posturing, we'll do the real work. Building something that lasts, Elira agrees. Building something beautiful, I add. We embrace before parting, 3 women who were strangers at dawn and sisters by dusk. Tomorrow will bring challenges, territorial tensions, the complex reality of managing impossible alliances. But tonight, walking back through the forest toward where Tuscan waits with barely controlled anxiety, I'm not afraid of what's coming. I'm excited by it.
Chapter 27. Tuscan. Vicky returns to our camp glowing. There's no other word for it. She practically radiates joy, moving with light steps and barely contained excitement that makes her seem younger, more vibrant than I've seen her since before the castle. They're wonderful, she says without preamble, settling beside our fire with an energy that makes my territorial anxiety spike. Elira and Lissa, they understand everything, Tuscan. Everything. I watch her animated face and feel my heart light dim with growing dread. She's already bonded with them. Already committed to this alliance in ways that will make retreat impossible if the males prove incompatible. Tell me, I say, because her happiness matters more than my discomfort. She does. Stories of instant recognition, shared experiences, the immediate sisterhood that formed between 3 women who've chosen impossible love. With every word, my territorial instincts scream louder warnings about the trap we're walking into, but her joy is genuine, pure. She's not carrying the weight of isolation, of being the only one who's made choices that defy rational explanation. I need to make contact, I say when she finishes. Coordinate tomorrow's meeting with the other males. She nods, already turning to practical concerns. Elira mentioned protocols, established procedures for preventing violence. Protocols. As if territorial instinct can be managed through proper etiquette rather than carefully maintained distance and mutual avoidance. I settle into meditation posture and reach for the echo network, every fiber of my being reluctant to make this connection. The touch of other consciousness against mine feels like violation, like foreign presence in spaces meant to remain private. We meet at dawn, comes the immediate response from the one I spoke with before. No greeting, no pleasantries, purely tactical communication. Agreed. Neutral ground between territories. The watchtower. Open ground, clear sight lines, multiple escape routes. A pause. Your mate bonded with ours today. The words carry undertones I can't quite read. Not accusation, exactly. More like recognition of inevitability. She did. I don't try to hide my own conflicted feelings. Yours as well? Both of them. Instant sisterhood. Something like resigned amusement bleeds through the connection. Human social needs. They require connection in ways we don't understand, but which we must accommodate. Yes. The agreement is grim but absolute. For their happiness, we endure proximity that violates every instinct we possess. A third presence joins the conversation, the other male, older, and carrying the weight of centuries in his mental signature. Territorial boundaries, he says without introduction. First priority. Clear demarcation of hunting grounds, nesting areas, resource allocation. Agreed, I respond. Overlapping claims lead to inevitable conflict. Defense protocols, the first male adds. Coordinated response to external threats while maintaining internal distance. We discuss logistics with the clinical efficiency of generals planning a campaign. Patrol schedules that minimize contact between males. Resource sharing that avoids direct territorial disputes. Communication methods that don't require physical proximity. This is temporary, I send finally, until immediate threats pass. Temporary, the older one agrees. We're not pack animals. This is tactical alliance only. Our mates understand this? The first asks. I think of Vicky's glowing enthusiasm, her excitement about permanent sisterhood and shared futures. They understand what they choose to understand, I say carefully. Dark amusement ripples through the connection from both males. We all know the truth. Our human mates see this as the beginning of lasting community, while we see it as necessary tactical cooperation with built-in dissolution clauses. Dawn, then, the older one concludes. Formal territorial agreements and defense protocols. Dawn, I confirm, breaking the connection with relief. How did it go? Vicky asks when I emerge from the echo trance. Productively. We meet at dawn to establish formal agreements. I study her face, seeing hopes I know will be disappointed. Vicky, you need to understand something about tomorrow. What? This isn't friendship forming. This isn't the beginning of some harmonious community. I choose my words carefully, not wanting to crush her joy but needing her to understand reality. This is 3 territorial predators agreeing to temporarily suppress their nature for tactical advantage. Her expression doesn't dim. If anything, she looks more determined. I know what you are, Tuscan. What you all are. She reaches across the fire to touch my hand. But I also know what we are. What Illyra, Lissa, and I became today. And what's that? Sisters. Architects. The ones who'll make this work despite your territorial instincts, not because of them. The certainty in her voice makes my claws flex involuntarily. She's planning to manage us, to handle 3 apex predators like difficult children who need careful supervision. You think you can control territorial responses that have existed for millennia? I think 3 human women working together can accomplish things that would be impossible for 3 isolated females. Her grip on my hand tightens. We understand cooperation in ways you don't, Tuscan. It's not weakness. It's human strength. I want to argue. Want to explain that territorial instinct isn't overcome through management techniques or careful planning. That at some fundamental level, the presence of other males will always trigger responses I can't entirely control. But looking at her face, bright with hope and determination, I find myself saying instead, "What do you need from me?" Patience, restraint, trust that we know how to handle the social dynamics while you handle the tactical ones. She smiles. And faith that love is stronger than biology. Love is stronger than biology. As if emotion can overcome millions of years of evolved response patterns. But I've already chosen her happiness over my comfort repeatedly. This is just another iteration of the same choice. I'll try, I promise. That's all I can ask. She settles against my side as evening deepens, radiating contentment and anticipation for tomorrow's formal alliance. Against my chest, her breathing gradually slows towards sleep. I remain awake, staring into the fire and trying to prepare mentally for the ordeal ahead. Tomorrow I'll stand in proximity to 2 other territorial males, suppress every instinct that defines what I am, and somehow find a way to cooperate rather than compete. For her, because her happiness requires it. Because the alternative, watching her slowly wilt from isolation, is worse than any territorial stress I'll experience. Dawn comes too soon. The watchtower is exactly as described through the echo. Open ground, clear sight lines, multiple approaches that could serve as either meeting routes or escape paths. Ancient human construction slowly being reclaimed by forest, but still structurally sound. Defensive, but not threatening. Neutral ground in the truest sense. They're already there when we arrive. 2 distinct pairs positioned at careful distances from each other, close enough for conversation but far enough to avoid triggering immediate territorial responses. The males are impressive. Both larger than me, older, carrying the weight of centuries in their movements. The dark-haired one radiates controlled power, while the blonde projects the patience of someone accustomed to long-term planning. Their mates stand close but not clinging, confident in their partner's restraint. When Vicky sees them, her face lights up with genuine joy. Illyra, Lissa. The reunion is immediate and warm, embraces, laughter, the easy intimacy of established friendship. Watching it, I feel something twist in my chest that might be envy. When was the last time I greeted anyone with such uncomplicated happiness? The dark-haired male, Kareth, his mate called him, approaches slowly. We circle each other like the predators we are, assessing threat levels and establishing dominance hierarchies through posture and positioning. Tuscan, I introduce myself when the ritual feels complete. Kareth. His voice carries the rasp of someone accustomed to command. 7 years captive? 7 years. I'm not surprised he knows. Vicky would have shared the basics with his mate, and information flows freely between bonded pairs. You? 3 years isolated after escape from slavery, before Elira. The older male, Thorin, joins our careful circle. We stand in a triangle, each maintaining equal distance from the others, none claiming superior position. Territorial boundaries, Thorin says without preamble. Primary concern. Agreed. I gesture toward the map Kareth has spread on the tower's stone base. Current claims? We negotiate with clinical efficiency, hunting grounds, water rights, resource allocation. The conversation is purely practical, devoid of social pleasantries or attempts at friendship. Defense protocols, Kareth adds when boundaries are established. Coordinated response to external threats. Threat assessment, I say. What level of organization are we facing? Significant. Thorin's voice darkens. Ideology spreaders have hit 12 confirmed pairs in the past 6 months. Always coordinated. Always professional. Survivors? None. The number sits heavy between us. 12 pairs destroyed. 24 beings who made the same choice we've made, eliminated systematically. Temporary alliance, I say, voicing what we're all thinking. Until this threat passes. Temporary, they agree in unison. We discuss patrol schedules, communication protocols, emergency procedures, everything necessary to function as a unit while maintaining the fiction that this isn't exactly what it is. 3 territorial males forced into cooperation by circumstances beyond their control. The negotiations take hours. When we finally reach agreement, the sun is high, and our mates have long since wandered off to continue their sisterhood bonding. This doesn't make us pack, Kareth says as we prepare to separate. Never, I agree. Tactical alliance only, Thorin confirms. Until the threat passes, we say together, like a ritual closing. But even as we speak the words, I see Vicky returning with the others, faces bright with plans and shared dreams. They've been designing permanent community while we've been carefully structuring temporary cooperation. The contradiction will have to be managed, somehow. How did it go? Vicky asks as we walk back toward our new, carefully allocated territory. Productively. Boundaries established, protocols agreed upon, threat assessment completed. I don't mention the carefully negotiated dissolution clauses built into every agreement. We'll function as a defensive unit. And personally, with Kareth and Thorin, I consider how to answer honestly without dampening her enthusiasm. We understand each other, respect each other's capabilities. That's enough for tactical cooperation. She nods, accepting this as positive progress, which it is in its way. 3 territorial males managing proximity without violence is achievement enough. Elira and Lissa have ideas, she says, voice bright with excitement. For resource sharing, territorial management, even children someday. Children. The concept makes my heart light flicker through several colors as conflicting emotions surge. Vicky as mother, our offspring playing with those of the others. Permanent community built around family rather than mere tactical alliance. Terrifying. Wonderful. Impossible. That's ambitious, I say carefully. But possible. If we make it work. She takes my hand as we walk. If we choose cooperation over isolation. I squeeze her fingers gently, this woman who sees potential community where I see barely managed territorial compromise. We'll try, I promise. All of us. And we will try. Not because it's natural or easy or anything we inherently want, but because 3 human women have decided this impossible thing should work, and they possess social skills we lack entirely. Because sometimes love really is stronger than biology, even if it takes enormous effort to prove it. Because Vicky's happiness depends on it, and her happiness has become more important than my comfort. As we walk toward our new life, territorial but not isolated, cooperating but not quite community, I find myself cautiously hopeful despite every instinct that says this will end in conflict. Maybe human determination really can overcome Wera nature. Maybe 3 women really can manage 3 monsters.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 28. Vicky. We need to discuss sleeping arrangements. Elira's words make both Lissa and me look up from the meal we're preparing together. Our first shared supper as an alliance. Around us, the temporary camp we've established at the watchtower hums with carefully managed activity. 3 territorial males maintaining precise distances while pretending to cooperate. Meaning, I ask, though I suspect I know. Meaning the males have negotiated boundaries that assume we'll all sleep separately, in distinct territories. Elira's voice carries the patient tone of someone explaining obvious facts. But that's not sustainable if we want real community. She's right. While Tuscan, Kerith, and Thorin were drawing imaginary lines on maps and establishing patrol schedules, we 3 had been planning something far more ambitious. Shared resources, communal child-rearing, the kind of deep integration that makes families from strangers. They won't like proximity sleeping, Lissa says practically. Territorial males in close quarters. Then we manage it, I say firmly. Rotation schedules. Shared common areas with private retreats. We make it work because we need it to work. The truth is becoming clear with every hour we spend together. The males negotiated tactical alliance, professional cooperation with built-in escape clauses. We're building something permanent, something that will outlast whatever immediate threats drove us together. They think this is temporary, Elira observes, until the ideology threat passes. Is it? Lissa asks. Temporary? I consider the question seriously. Do I want this to be temporary? Do I want to return to isolation with Tuscan once the external pressures fade? No, I say definitively. I want this to be permanent. I want us to be family. Good, Elira says with satisfaction, because so do we. The decision settles between us with the weight of commitment. We're not just allies of convenience. We're sisters choosing to build something new together. So how do we make it work when they're actively resistant to permanent integration? Lissa asks. We prove it works, I say. Through demonstration, not argument. Through showing them that cooperation benefits everyone. And when their territorial instincts rebel, we manage those instincts, the same way we manage everything else about loving monsters, with patience, creativity, and absolute determination. Elira grins. I like how you think. Over the next several hours, we develop what can only be called a comprehensive integration strategy. Territory boundaries become suggestions rather than rigid borders. Shared kitchens in neutral spaces. Communal storage for resources that benefit everyone. Rotation schedules that ensure no male feels his space is permanently invaded, while guaranteeing regular contact between pairs. Child safety protocols, Lissa says, making notes on bark with charcoal. If we're planning families, we need systems for protecting young ones during territorial disputes. Will there be disputes? I ask. Inevitably, they're Wira, apex predators managing unnatural proximity. Elira speaks with the certainty of experience. The question is whether we can contain the conflicts rather than prevent them entirely. We plan for everything. Hunting rotations that prevent resource competition, communication systems that don't require the males to interact directly, emergency procedures for when territorial stress becomes unmanageable. "This is exhausting," Lissa says after we've covered the basics. "And we haven't even started living it yet." "But look what we're building," I say, gesturing to our growing list of protocols and procedures. "Real community, sustainable community, the kind of life I dreamed about but never thought possible." They both nod, understanding completely. We've all lived isolation. We've all carried the weight of being the only ones who've made impossible choices. This alliance offers something none of us could achieve alone, normality within abnormality. "The males will resist," Elira warns. "They'll see our management techniques as control, our integration efforts as violation." "Then we prove them wrong," I say. "Through results, not arguments. And if they never fully accept it, if they always see this as tactical alliance rather than chosen family..." I think of Tuscan's careful explanations this morning, his emphasis on temporary cooperation and dissolution clauses, his complete inability to understand why I need permanent sisterhood. "Then we love them anyway," I say finally, "and we build what we need regardless of their emotional comfort level." It's a harsh truth, but necessary. The males will never want this the way we do, will never crave community and connection and shared purpose. But they'll tolerate it if we make the benefits clear and the costs manageable. If we're smart enough, determined enough, patient enough to make it work. That evening, we put our first integration protocol into practice. Shared dinner around a common fire, with each male positioned at carefully calculated distances, close enough for conversation, far enough to avoid immediate territorial responses. It's awkward, painfully so. Tuscan sits rigid beside me, every line of his body screaming discomfort. Kerith maintains conversation through sheer will, while Thorin responds in monosyllables. The territorial tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, but we persist. Elira guides conversation toward neutral topics: weather, hunting conditions, resource availability. Lysa serves food in portions that ensure no one's territorial status is challenged by quantity received. I manage the spacing, subtly adjusting positions to maintain optimal distance. "This is working," I murmur to Tuscan during a brief lull in conversation. "This is barely controlled hostility," he corrects under his breath. "But it is controlled. That's progress." He makes a sound that might be agreement or stifled territorial growl. After dinner, we implement stage 2 of integration, shared clean-up duties. Again, carefully managed to avoid territorial disputes. Rotation schedules that ensure no male feels subordinated to another's territory. "How long do we maintain this level of management?" Tuscan asks, as we walk back toward our designated sleeping area. "Until it becomes natural. Until you stop seeing threats and start seeing family." "And if that never happens?" "It will happen, because we need it to happen, and human women are excellent at making necessary things work." He's quiet for a moment, processing this. Then, "You're managing us." "I'm managing the situation. There's a difference." "Is there?" I stop walking and turn to face him. "Tuscan, you manage your territorial instincts around me every day. You choose restraint over aggression, protection over predation. This is just expanded management. For whose benefit? For everyone's, including yours." I take his hands, feeling the familiar warmth of his claws. "Do you trust me?" "Always." "Then trust me on this. Trust that I know what I'm doing." He nods slowly, accepting, if not entirely convinced. "Besides," I add with a slight smile, "if it truly doesn't work, you three have those dissolution clauses built into every agreement." His heart light flickers with what might be amusement. "You heard about those?" "I hear about everything, love. We women talk." Late that night, after the males have retreated to their carefully separated sleeping areas, we 3 women meet again around the dying fire. Day 1 assessment? Elira asks quietly. Promising, I say. Difficult, but promising. They hate it, Lisa observes. Every moment of enforced proximity. But they're tolerating it. That's more than I expected from territorial males. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, processing the day's successes and challenges. Around us, the night sounds of 3 different wearer maintaining watch patrols in carefully coordinated patterns. Do you think this will work long term? Lisa asks eventually. I think it has to work, I say. Because the alternative is going back to isolation, and I can't do that. Not after knowing what this feels like. Community, Elira says softly. Real community. Family, I correct. Chosen family. Because that's what we're building, despite male resistance and territorial complications. We're creating family bonds that transcend biology, community that transcends species. Tomorrow we implement phase 2, I say. Shared morning routines, coordinated hunting parties, gradual increase in integration activities. The males will resist. The males will adapt. Because their alternative is losing us, and they love us more than they hate proximity. It's a hard truth, but accurate. Tuscan's territorial discomfort is real and significant, but his love for me is stronger than his comfort needs. That gives us leverage to build what we require. And if they don't adapt, Lisa presses, if territorial instinct proves stronger than love, then we prove that human determination is stronger than Waira instinct, I say firmly, through patience, intelligence, and absolute refusal to accept failure. Elira laughs softly. You make it sound like a campaign. It is a campaign to build the impossible. I look between my sisters, these women who've chosen the same impossible path. A campaign to prove that love can create family from anything, even monsters. As we prepare for sleep, I feel the satisfaction of foundations well laid. Today we started building something unprecedented, intentional community between territorial predators and their human mates. Tomorrow we'll continue the work, and the day after that, however long it takes to make the impossible possible. Because this isn't just about surviving external threats anymore. This is about creating the life I've always dreamed of, but never dared hope for. This is about home.
Chapter 29. Tuscan. The forest feels wrong today. I notice it the moment I leave our temporary shelter, moving through undergrowth that should feel familiar after weeks of hunting these grounds. The same trees, the same paths, the same scent markers that define our small territory near the abandoned watchtower. But something has changed. Something watches from shadows that shouldn't hold eyes. Vicky wanted fresh meat for our evening meal, the last before we planned to travel to the permanent meeting place with Kareth, Thorin, and their mates. Something special, she'd said with that smile that makes my heart light brighten despite territorial anxieties. To celebrate what we've built. What we've built. An alliance that still makes my claws itch with territorial stress, but which has given her the sisterhood she needed. The community that transforms her from isolated survivor into someone who belongs. I track a young Suru through dense forest, following its scent trail toward the stream where it likely goes to drink. Easy prey. The kind of hunt that should require minimal attention while I process our upcoming move to more permanent community arrangements. Instead, every step feels observed, evaluated, judged. The sensation starts small, peripheral movement that disappears when I turn to look. Sounds just outside normal hearing range that vanish when I focus on them. The feeling of being followed by something that knows how to remain hidden. Predator instincts. I'm being stalked by something that understands how to hunt hunters. My claws extend involuntarily, heart light dimming to avoid drawing attention. Whatever tracks me is patient, professional, completely confident in its ability to remain undetected. Ideology. The realization hits like cold water. After weeks of careful alliance building and defensive planning, the hunters have found us. I abandoned the Suru trail immediately, changing direction toward our shelter. Vicky needs warning. We need to alert Kareth and Thorin, coordinate evacuation procedures, implement the emergency protocols we've developed. But the presence doesn't fade as I retreat. If anything, it grows stronger, more confident, more amused. Running already, Bonded One? The words hit my consciousness like claws across exposed nerves. Not spoken aloud, projected directly into my mind through the echo network by something that has no right to such intimate access. I freeze, scanning shadows for physical threats while trying to locate the source of mental intrusion. Nothing. Whoever speaks remains perfectly hidden while violating the most private spaces of my awareness. 7 years in a cage, the voice continues, carrying overtones of disgust and dark amusement. 7 years learning to perform tricks for human entertainment. And now you dance to different music, but still dance for your masters. Show yourself, I snarl aloud, claws fully extended and ready for combat. Soon enough. But first, let me share what your precious mate does while you chase small prey through forest. Images flood my mind, twisted, poisonous visions that attack everything I've built with Vicky, her body tangled with another's, her voice crying out in pleasure for someone else, her hands exploring anatomy that isn't mine while she laughs about the monster who thinks he owns her. She spreads her legs for real males while you play house, the voice whispers with venomous intimacy. Human women need human seed, Bonded One, not the cold touch of dead bones. The images are fabricated, impossible. Vicky is at our shelter, probably organizing supplies or planning garden layouts with the domestic focus that makes her happy. But the poison spreads anyway, doubt creeping through certainty like infection through healthy tissue. Right now, the voice continues, while you stumble through forest chasing rodents, she welcomes another between her thighs. Warm flesh instead of cold bone, living heart instead of artificial light. Lies, I growl, but my voice cracks with uncertainty. Are they? When did you last truly satisfy her? When did you last see desire instead of obligation in her eyes? I start running. Not away from the voice. It follows effortlessly through the echo connection. But toward our shelter. Toward Vicky. Toward proof that will shatter these poisonous suggestions. Run faster, pet. Run home to see what awaits discovery. The voice doesn't relent during my desperate sprint back to shelter. 7 years of training it observes with clinical detachment. 7 years learning to be grateful for scraps of attention. Did you think love was different from entertainment? Each word is perfectly calculated to inflict maximum damage. Not random cruelty, but surgical strikes against specific vulnerabilities. She feeds you by hand. Pets your skull when you please her. Rewards good behavior with affection. Dark laughter ripples through the connection. Sound familiar? It does sound familiar. Exactly like the conditioning I endured in captivity. Positive reinforcement for compliance. Withdrawal of comfort for independence. But that's not what we have. Our relationship is built on choice, on mutual respect, on love that transcends species boundaries. Isn't it? Tell me, Bonded One, when did you last disobey her wishes? When did you last prioritize your needs over her comfort? I can't answer. Every major decision since our escape has been guided by what makes Vicky happy. Her need for healing, her desire for sisterhood, her vision of permanent community despite my territorial discomfort. Exactly as trained, the voice confirms with satisfaction. Compliance rewarded, independence punished. You've simply traded glass cage for flesh won. She loves me, I say aloud, but the words feel hollow against mounting doubt. She loves what you provide. Safety, protection, exotic entertainment in her bed. The voice turns conversational, almost friendly. But love? Real love? That requires equality, Bonded One. What equality exists between pet and master? The question hits deeper than claws could reach. What equality do we have? I'm stronger, faster, more dangerous in every measurable way. But she makes every meaningful decision about our life together. Because I let her. Because making her happy became more important than asserting my own will. Because you were trained to serve, the voice agrees, reading my thoughts with disturbing ease. And she was raised to command. The perfect match. I'm almost back to our shelter now. Almost to proof that will destroy these insidious suggestions. Almost to discovery of what awaits faithful pets who return home unexpectedly. The voice adds with anticipation. Our shelter comes into view through morning mist, and my heart light brightens reflexively at the sight of home. Everything looks normal, peaceful, exactly as I left it an hour ago. But the voice has planted poisonous expectations. Part of my mind braces for confirmation of betrayal, strange scents, disturbed bedding, evidence of intimate activities conducted in my absence. Instead, I find Vicky exactly where I expected her to be. She's arranged our few belongings into something approaching domesticity, transforming our temporary shelter into a space that feels like home. Wildflowers gathered in a makeshift vase, our sleeping furs arranged to create comfortable seating, the small cooking area organized for maximum efficiency. She's humming while she works, some melody I don't recognize but which speaks of contentment, of satisfaction with simple tasks that make life more pleasant. When she sees me, her face lights up with genuine joy. "You're back early." She crosses the space between us, rising on her toes to kiss my jaw in greeting. "I was just finishing the organization before our departure tomorrow." Her touch is warm, familiar, completely natural. Nothing in her manner suggests guilt or deception or secret activities conducted in my absence. The poisonous images shatter against reality. She's exactly who she's always been. The woman who chose to love a monster, who sees beauty where others see threat, who builds homes from nothing through sheer determination. Clever little actress, the voice whispers with approval. 7 years of practice makes deception effortless, but I can sense deception, can smell other scents on skin, detect subtle changes in behavior that indicate hidden activities. There's nothing. No evidence of betrayal beyond poison planted by an enemy who knows exactly which fears to exploit. "Everything all right?" Vicky asks, studying my expression with growing concern. "You look troubled." I force my heart light to brighten, pushing the voice's influence from conscious thought. "Fine. Just territorial stress about tomorrow's permanent arrangements." She nods, accepting this explanation. It'll be good to have real shelter, real community. Her smile becomes soft, private. Real home. Home. The word should comfort, but the voice's poison makes it sound like cage. Whatever hunts us knows exactly how to break what we've built, starting with breaking me.
Chapter 30. Vicky. The herbs need to be ground fine if they're going to work properly. I settle beside our carefully maintained fire, mortar and pestle in hand, working the dried leaves into powder with practiced motions. The scent rises sweet and sharp, feverfew and willow bark, with a touch of mint to make the medicine more palatable. Tomorrow we travel to meet with Kerith, Thorin and their mates at the designated location. Tomorrow we begin building the permanent community we've all dreamed of. Tonight, I want everything to be perfect. "What are you making?" Toscon asks, settling beside me with the easy grace that still takes my breath away. "Pain relief tonic, for the journey." I continue grinding, the rhythmic motion soothing after this morning's strange tension. Also, I thought I'd prepare a special meal to celebrate what we've accomplished. He's been different since returning from his hunt this morning. Quieter, more watchful. When I asked about it, he blamed territorial stress about tomorrow's meeting, but something in his eyes suggested deeper concerns. "The alliance bothers you," I say, not making it a question. "Not the alliance itself, just—" He pauses, searching for words. "Just the permanence of it, the commitment to something larger than what we've built here." I look around our small clearing, the shelter we've constructed against the ancient oak, the fire ring we've lined with smooth stones, the garden plot where I've been experimenting with medicinal plants. It's peaceful, safe, Exactly what we both needed after the castle, after the trauma, after everything we've survived together. But it's also isolated. And isolation, while comforting, isn't sustainable in a world where organized threats hunt pairs like us. Do you trust me? I ask, adding the ground herbs to a small pot of water over the fire. Always. Then trust that this is right. That building something larger doesn't diminish what we have here. It protects it. He nods, but I can see the uncertainty lingering in the way his heart light flickers between colours. Whatever happened during his hunt this morning planted doubts that haven't fully resolved. I finish preparing the medicine and turn to face him fully. Tell me what's really bothering you. Tuscan is quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire as if it might hold answers to questions he's afraid to voice. This morning, while hunting, he stops, starts again. Do you ever wonder if what we have is real? If it's built on genuine feeling or just convenience? The question catches me completely off guard. What do you mean? I mean, he struggles with the words. You needed protection. I needed purpose. We found each other at moments when we were both desperate for something, anything to hold on to. You think what we feel is just mutual desperation? I think sometimes I wonder if you'd choose me if you had other options, real options. A normal life with a normal man who could give you normal things. The pain in his voice breaks my heart. This is what's been eating at him. Not territorial stress about the alliance, but fundamental doubt about my feelings for him. Tuscan. I reach across the space between us to take his skeletal hands in mine. Look at me. He does, those empty sockets somehow conveying everything his missing eyes cannot. I've had other options. Before you, before the castle, before all of this. I squeeze his fingers gently. My father tried to arrange marriages. There were men in town who showed interest. Normal men with normal lives offering normal futures. And I turned them all down. Do you know why? He shakes his head. Because normal felt like dying. Because safe felt like a cage. Because conventional felt like betraying something essential about who I was meant to be. I lean closer, making sure he understands. I didn't choose you because you were convenient, love. I chose you because you were impossible. Because loving you meant becoming more than I ever could have been alone. His heart light brightens, cycling through blue and gold and something approaching white. You're certain? I'm certain. I lift his hands to press them against my face, feeling the warmth that radiates from his bones. I'm certain that what we have is real, that it's built on choice, not desperation, that I'd choose you again, every day, in every possible circumstance. Even knowing the cost, the isolation, the danger, the constant vigilance. Especially knowing the cost, because anything worth having requires sacrifice, and you're worth everything I've given up and more. He pulls me closer then, wrapping his arms around me with the careful tenderness that defines how he touches everything precious. I love you, he whispers against my hair. I love you too, always, no matter what comes next. We sit like that as the afternoon fades toward evening, holding each other by the fire while medicine simmers and plans for tomorrow crystallize into something approaching certainty. Whatever doubts the morning brought, they dissolve in the warmth of genuine connection. Whatever tomorrow brings, we'll face it together. Tuscan returns from his evening hunt as I'm adding vegetables to the pot, wild onions and tubers I've gathered, along with herbs that will make the meal special rather than merely sustaining. He's brought back a young day, killed clean and merciful. I watch him prepare it with the efficient skill of someone who takes no pleasure in causing unnecessary suffering. Thank you, I say, touching his hand as he presents the meat. The simple gesture, gratitude offered, gratitude accepted, feels like ritual, like the kind of domestic sacrament that makes ordinary moments sacred. We cook together in comfortable silence, moving around each other with the practiced ease of people who've learned each other's rhythms. He tends the fire while I season the food. I prepare portions while he cleans his hunting tools. Domestic bliss. The phrase would have meant nothing to me a year ago. Now it encompasses everything I've learned about happiness. The others, I say as we settle to eat. Elira, Lysa, Carith, Thorin. Do you think they're as nervous as we are about tomorrow? Probably more so. Carith and Thorin have been managing territorial stress for weeks longer than I have. But it's working. The alliance. Despite everyone's reservations, it's actually working. He nods slowly. Your management techniques are effective. I laugh at the grudging admission. You make it sound like I'm training circus animals. Aren't you, in a way? The question should sting, but it doesn't, because there's affection in his voice and acknowledgement rather than resentment. I prefer to think of it as facilitating cooperation between beings with different social needs. More diplomatic phrasing for the same concept. Exactly. We finish our meal as full darkness settles over the forest. Around us, night sounds create the familiar symphony of a world that doesn't know or care about our small domestic drama. Tomorrow, Toscan says, banking the fire for the night, everything changes. Everything evolves, I correct, into something better, something stronger. You're confident. I'm hopeful. There's a difference. He considers this, and if I'm not ready, if my territorial instincts prove stronger than my commitment to cooperation, then we'll adapt, we'll find ways to make it work despite the challenges. I stand and brush dirt from my hands, because the alternative, going back to isolation, isn't acceptable anymore. Why not? Because I've tasted community now. I've felt what it's like to have sisters, to be part of something larger than just survival. I look at him directly. I can't unknow that feeling, Tuscan. I can't pretend it's not essential to who I'm becoming. He nods, understanding even if he doesn't share the need himself. Then we make it work, he says simply. We make it work. We settle for sleep in our shelter, built against the great oak, the structure we've improved and refined over weeks of shared habitation. Home, in every way that matters. I curl against Toscan's skeletal frame, my head on his chest, where his heart-like pulses steady and warm. The rhythm has become more familiar than my own heartbeat. Are you excited about tomorrow? I ask into the comfortable darkness. I'm excited about your excitement, he says carefully. About seeing you happy in ways I can't provide alone. You provide everything that matters. I provide what I'm capable of providing, but community, sisterhood, the social bonds you need as a human woman, those I cannot give you. It's true, and I love that he acknowledges it without jealousy or resentment. That's why the alliance matters so much to me, I say. Not because what we have isn't enough, but because it makes what we have even better, richer, more complete. Like adding instruments to a solo song. Exactly like that. We're quiet for a while, listening to the forest around us. Safe sounds, peaceful sounds, the kind of normal night that feels like blessing after months of vigilance and uncertainty. Vicky? Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever challenges we face in building permanent community, I want you to know that these weeks here have been the happiest of my existence. The words settle in my chest like warm honey. Mine too. Really, even with all the trauma recovery, the alliance stress, the territorial complications, especially with all of that, I press closer to his warmth. Because we faced it together, because we chose each other every day, through every challenge. And tomorrow we choose each other in front of others, make our bond part of something larger. Are you ready for that? I'm ready for anything that makes you happy. I laugh softly. still deflecting your own feelings onto mine. Some habits are harder to break than others. Then let me ask differently. What do you want from tomorrow? He's quiet for so long I think he might have fallen asleep. Then, I want to deserve the love you give me. I want to be worthy of the faith you place in me. I want to build something that proves our suffering meant something. You already deserve all of that. You've already proved everything that needs proving. Have I? Every day, with every choice you make, with every gentle touch, every moment of restraint, every time you choose love over instinct. I press a kiss to the bone of his collar. You're not the monster you think you are, Tuscan. You're the man I fell in love with. His arms tighten around me. Sleep, he whispers. Tomorrow brings new challenges. Tomorrow brings new possibilities, I counter, but I'm already drifting toward unconsciousness. The last thing I'm aware of is his heart light dimming to a soft glow, the familiar rhythm that's become my lullaby, his warmth surrounding me, his love anchoring me, perfect safety, perfect contentment, perfect love. I fall asleep smiling, wrapped in the arms of the monster who chose to love me.
Epilogue. Saulo. Cold water on my face pulls me from darkness. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop strikes like ice against skin that feels raw, hypersensitive. I try to move, to wipe the moisture away, but my body responds sluggishly, as if I'm swimming through thick oil. Where am I? The question surfaces slowly through layers of confusion and pain. I remember snow, blood, a monster's claws tearing through. The memory hits like a physical blow. Tuscan, the Wera, the attack that should have killed me. I'm lying on cold stone wrapped in coarse fur that scratches against skin I can barely feel. Above me, water seeps through limestone, gathering into drops that fall with metronomic persistence onto my face. A cave. I'm in a cave. But I should be dead. I remember the claws, the pain, the certainty that my life was ending in that frozen clearing. I remember. My hand moves without conscious command, reaching down to assess the damage. The movement sends lightning through my nervous system, but I push through the agony to confirm what I already know. Gone. Cut away clean like butchering meat. The Wera took more than blood. It took my manhood, my identity, everything that made me male. I should have died. Would have preferred death to this mutilation, this reduction to something less than what I was. But I'm alive somehow. Impossibly, I'm alive. Awake at last. The voice comes from shadows at the cave's edge, female, cultured, carrying undertones of amusement that make my skin crawl. Footsteps approach across stone, measured and confident. A figure emerges from darkness, human, but wrong somehow. She wears a purple cloak that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it, and her movements carry predatory grace that speaks of violence barely contained. My name is Beta, she says, settling beside the stone slab where I lie helpless. Her hand moves to rest precisely where my injury throbs with phantom pain. The touch should be agony, but instead brings strange numbness, as if her skin carries some anesthetic property. Don't worry, she continues, voice soft as poisoned honey. We'll make it all better. All of it. The pain, the shame, the humiliation. Her smile reveals teeth filed to points. We'll make you into something much more interesting than you ever were before. What? My voice cracks. What do you want? Want? She laughs, the sound echoing off cave walls. Oh, we don't want anything from you, little elf. We're offering you everything you've ever dreamed of. I don't understand. Understanding comes later. First, healing, then education, then transformation. Her fingernails, too long, too sharp, trace patterns on the fur covering my chest. You've been chosen, Saulo. Chosen to become part of something greater than your small, pathetic existence ever could have achieved. Movement in the deeper shadows catches my attention. Something large approaches, too large to be human, moving with fluid grace that speaks of inhuman anatomy. A Wera, massive, ancient, carrying himself with the authority of absolute power, like Tuscan, but wrong in every possible way. Where Tuscan's heart light pulsed gentle blue, this creature's chest burns with colors that hurt to look at. Gold red shot through with veins of something darker, something hungry. Malachor, Beta says by way of introduction. My master, your master. The creature, Malachor, studies me with empty sockets that somehow convey more menace than eyes ever could. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of centuries and the promise of violence. This one will serve, he says simply. Serve what? I manage to whisper. Truth, Beta answers. The truth that weakness deserves destruction, that mercy is disease, that love between species is abomination that must be purged from the world. The Wyra that maimed you, Malachor adds, represents everything wrong with our kind. Softness, restraint, the pathetic belief that humans and Wyra can coexist as equals. But we know better, Beta continues. We know that strength is the only virtue, that power is the only law, that those too weak to protect themselves deserve whatever suffering finds them. Their words should horrify me, should trigger revulsion at the casual dismissal of mercy and compassion. Instead, lying here mutilated and helpless, I find their philosophy strangely compelling. You are weak, Malachor observes with clinical detachment. Soft, corrupted by the belief that you could take what you wanted without consequence. The Wyra taught you otherwise. But weakness can be burned away, Beta adds. Pain can forge strength. Humiliation can birth fury that transforms victims into predators. We can make you strong, Malachor promises. Stronger than you ever imagined possible. What would I have to do? The question emerges without conscious decision. But looking up at these creatures, one human, one monster, both radiating absolute certainty in their twisted worldview, I realize I'm already committed. What else do I have? What other purpose could exist for someone like me? Learn, Beta says simply. Grow. Accept that your old life died in that clearing along with your manhood. Accept that what rises from those ashes can be something magnificent. Help us cleanse the world of the disease called love, Malachor adds. Help us eliminate every pathetic pair that believes tenderness is strength. Help us prove that only predators deserve to survive. The offer hangs in the cave's stagnant air. I should refuse, should cling to whatever scraps of morality I possessed before this moment. But morality is luxury for those who haven't been broken, for those who still believe the world rewards virtue. I've learned otherwise. Yes, I whisper. Beta smiles, revealing those filed teeth. Excellent. Rest now, little elf. Heal. When you're strong enough, we will begin.